We're back! A live shot, the State Capitol Rotunda building in Pierre, the hub of much activity earlier today as we celebrate the century in South Dakota. It now stands quiet, poised as we are for the evening's Capitol Ball. Stay with us, South Dakota, as we celebrate 100 years of statehood.
Of the Centennial finale is made possible in part with major support from Citibank, South Dakota. Citibank is proud to share in South Dakota history and looks forward to another 100 years of people, pride, and service in South Dakota. Thank you, South Dakota, for contributing to our success. Additional support is provided by South Dakota Cement, producers of Dakota Portland Cement, serving South Dakota and the surrounding states. Owned by the people of the state of South Dakota since 1925. By Zylstra Communications Corporation, providing cable TV service to Yankton, Vermilion, and Canton, South Dakota, Laverne and Worthington, Minnesota, and Orange City, Iowa. By Gorley's Pro Audio, for quality audio and video equipment for home and professional use, in Sioux Falls, downtown 6th and Main, and on 41st Street. By Media One Advertising Marketing in Sioux Falls, a full-service advertising and production services agency. Media One, ideas that work. And by the Friends of South Dakota Public Broadcasting, on behalf of over 17,000 families who support quality public TV and radio for South Dakota.
Good evening and happy birthday, South Dakota. We are continuing our live day-long coverage of the Centennial finale from Pierre. In fact, I remember it only seems like, 8 hours ago or so, when we started this morning, when the National Guard's howitzer took off, started the Centennial Parade for us, and the ducks and the geese rose up from Capitol Lake and filled the sky with much natural clattering, and from then on, the Centennial was being celebrated in earnest here in South Dakota. We'll be bringing you tonight's gala events into your homes. That's me and Linda Hansen, that is. Thank you, Linda, for joining us this evening.
I'm happy to be here. Here we are all dressed up and ready for the ball. In fact, I know. Well, you know, I think we are the first ones at the ball. It's just that the rest of them aren't here yet. So we will be taking you to the Centennial Ball. First, the Capitol Ball, which will be in the Rotunda, and there will be very much pageantry and color there. Later on, then, we will be joined by Ginger Thompson and Larry ROHRER, who are our hosts out at the Centennial Ball at the Ramkota. And TODD will be roving around and having some interviews with governors and former governors and dignitaries who are here with us to celebrate the century. So it should be lots of fun. Beautiful music this evening. We'll be hearing the University of South Dakota Centennial Orchestra, which will be playing in the Rotunda live in just a few short hours. So stay with us. I know you'll enjoy the dancing, and we'll be here to enjoy it with you.
Now, both balls are black tie optional. We came pretty close here.
Lavender tie. Well,
And we think we can get you in without a tie. We can get you in dressed as you are, okay? Roll the carpet back and get ready for some really nice entertainment tonight. We hope you'll enjoy it. We're going to have some recapping to do of the day's events. We've got to look at yesterday's events. We're not even thinking about tomorrow yet. We'll get through tonight, and we'll worry about tomorrow. We are going to be talking to South Dakotans in the next hour and a half here while we get ready for the Capitol Ball, and they'll be telling us the events that happened in their towns. We have Centennial Committee chairpeople from just all different parts of South Dakota, small towns. We've been kind of doing it all afternoon, visiting with folks. They brought photos of the events themselves, 8x10 photos, newspaper photos, whatever. We've been kind of looking at them all afternoon. We're going to continue that this evening. We have some more video segments that have captured the spirit and flavor of South Dakota, both past and present, and we're going to be sharing those with you. While we monitor preparations for the two gala balls, we are going...
Rich, I guess maybe I'm going to toss it back to you for a second. Is that right? You're looking curious at me.
Oh, me? No, I'm just hanging out here. I'm just having fun waiting for the party to start. You know, this is the party. The ball's coming up in just a little bit. I think some of the folks are probably starting to arrive, like Linda says, we're the first ones at the ball tonight. We're waiting for everybody else, and we're waiting with you, and we appreciate the good company. We have more interviews coming up, more segments about South Dakota that we can share with you that demonstrate the history, the heritage, and the celebration that we've been enjoying this summer. Right now, though, we're going to pause for just a brief moment, let you know who's helping make this event possible and where you're watching it.
Tiptoe to soft shoe, red hot pajamas, intrigue, adventure, and surprise, where all the stars come out for you. We're TV with a different point of view. Because of you, we're who we are, America at its best. TV worth watching, South Dakota Public TV.
And now, Centennial Minutes. South Dakota Public Broadcasting brings you historical events shaping our future to celebrate the century.
Farmers, ranchers, and others in agribusiness have faced financial ruin once or twice each generation for more than a century. In order to bargain for a better quality of life, they joined agricultural organizations. South Dakotans were at the forefront of the rural movement. The first local grange was founded near Vermilion by Henry Ferry in 1872. Many substantial groups have been formed since then, including the People's Party, Nonpartisan League, Farmers Union, National Farmers Organization, League of Rural Voters, and the American Agriculture Movement. These rural organizations have been influential in economic, cultural, and political affairs throughout the history of South Dakota.
Partial funding for Centennial Minutes comes from Friends of South Dakota Public Broadcasting.
Celebrate the century. You are watching one of the 8 stations of the South Dakota Public Television Network.
Broadcast of the Centennial finale is made possible in part with major support from Citibank, South Dakota. Citibank is proud to share in South Dakota history and looks forward to another 100 years of people, pride, and service in South Dakota. Thank you, South Dakota, for contributing to our success. Additional support is provided by South Dakota Cement, a proud sponsor of the Centennial, representing the people and the spirit of South Dakota throughout the Midwest. And by the Friends of South Dakota Public Broadcasting, on behalf of over 17,000 families who support quality public TV and radio for South Dakota.
Hi, I'm excited because now I can hear the orchestra tuning up, and we know the Centennial Ball and the Capitol Ball are actually going to begin in an hour. So stay with us. It's going to be so exciting around here. And while we celebrate 100 years of statehood today, there are other anniversaries of note. The White River Badlands of South Dakota began forming over 65 million years ago. So when I say that the Badlands National Park just celebrated its 50th anniversary in June, that almost sounds incorrect. that the Badlands were somehow just recently made. But in terms of a human lifetime, half the lifetime of the United States Senator Peter Norbeck, it did take a long while to set aside the buttes and the wildlife of the Badlands for all to enjoy. It took 30 years, from 1909 to 1939, to get that job done, and then another 50 years just this past June for the park to receive a formal dedication. Todd Up takes us to the Badlands and reminisces.
No matter how many times you see the Badlands, it's like nature is always putting on a spectacular photo opportunity. And the millions of tourists who also visit, in their own way, find unique memories to take back home with them.
It's nice to be able to hike in the rocks a little bit, climb a little bit, and we also enjoyed seeing some of the wildflowers just within a 10 square foot area. You see 3 different types.
Well, I just kind of came in the front part, so I haven't seen all of it yet to really make a big decision, but...
Best part's up the road, yeah.
Best part's up the road, they say. But I'm impressed so far, it's hard to imagine it's going to get better.
They're completely unlike anything I've ever seen before. They're amazing.
Fascinating. Unbelievable. I've read about it for years and years. I've seen pictures of it, seen it on television, but you have to see it in person to really appreciate it.
With scenic views and tourists, it's hard for us to imagine 50 years after its founding that the Badlands were a dream, long pursued. Local apathy was one of the main problems United States Senator Peter Norbeck faced in a 30-year battle to establish the park. Jay Schuler, Badlands chief naturalist and author of a recent book on the founding of the park, explains.
But there really wasn't a great deal of local interest in it. Most of the people here at the time were homesteaders struggling to make a go agriculturally on the land. And the whole business of tourist industry was in the future, although Norbeck saw that clearly. So he was doing it because he thought it was what would be great for South Dakota, not what the people who were living here thought at the time.
In the 1920s and 30s, Ingebert Falski was a young rancher living north of the proposed park. He says people were sometimes swept off their land in the federal government's flurry to buy land for the park. Falski says that Norbeck wanted too much land set aside, about the southwest quarter of the state, and that desire probably slowed the establishment of the park. According to Falski, it was Ben Millard, federal land agent, owner of the Cedar Pass Lodge, and Norbeck's friend, who was the practical force in the project.
So we wound up with an area that was very checkered, with both private and public land. It's a project that was never completed, in spite of the fact that they secured much of the land, in my opinion, by doubtful means. But the Badland National Park was pulled together out of the ruins by Ben Millard. Ben Millard deserves the credit for the establishment of the Badland National Park. He seemed to have the fortitude and a vision to rescue the Badland Park out of this collapse of this program.
Besides problems with the locals, Norbeck also faced an unlikely foe, the National Park Service.
And then the Park Service had their own ideas at the time about what a great park should be. Primarily it should have supreme scenery that could beat anything in the world. We were a little, as a nation, were a little self-conscious about our newness and our supposed lack of culture and compared to the old country. And so at least we could whip them with scenery if we could. They thought that things should be tall and shiny. The wonderful intricacy and subtlety of the Badlands escaped some of it.
Finally, in 1939, after the death of Norbeck, the Badlands National Monument was opened. Everett F. Howe was the first and only park ranger that first season. For early tourists, a visit from F. Howe on the dusty Badlands Loop Highway was like meeting a good Samaritan and tour guide.
There were no facilities here at that time of any kind for park personnel. So I had to pick up a couple of barrels of water in for the stranded tourists and boil the water out and stop to visit with them, give them the background on the Badlands and to assist them. It had been a long haul coming across South Dakota. They were the Model Ts and all of the old makes of cars, but they were not accustomed to the heat and to the climb up through the Badlands, and we had a lot of travelers even then. You know, not by today's numbers in the thousands here, but we had them in the hundreds daily, even back at that time. So we had a lot of visitors.
Today, the National Park Service would like to further improve the park and attract even more visitors. Plans are being considered to build 4 interpretive centers in and around the park, each telling a different story, such as fossils, early man, Native American culture, and the mixed grass prairie. The lessons of Peter Norbeck will be useful if the new dream is to be realized.
Well, what Norbeck was really a prototype of was intense local interest in the park and how much influence that ultimately had on Congress and the bureaucracy afterwards. And if South Dakota wants those museums bad enough, then whatever problems we have in Washington, that local interest will ultimately prevail. And I think that that's what it'll take to get all these Park Service plans completed.
Most of us take it for granted, the Badlands, but for over 50 years, the Badlands National Park has continued to surprise, delight, and inspire us each time we visit.
Absolutely beautiful. Very nice piece, Todd. With me now in the studio, we're going to have to move right along because we have apparently people are backed up, waiting to come out here to be on the air with us and share their photos, which is great. We love it. We're going to try to get everybody in. Mary Livingston is here with me from Running Water, South Dakota. She actually lives in Yankton, but kind of hangs out over at Running Water, the side of the Running Water Ferry over in Nebraska, one of the ways that we were hooked to our neighbors. And Mary celebrated the Centennial there this summer because that's where she grew up. There are 14 people living in Running Water, and they're full-time residents, and in the summertime, the crowd kind of grows. So, with me here, Mary Livingston. Okay, great. Mary, tell us about what we got the city sign here of Running Water, I guess.
Right. We haven't had a sign going into Running Water for some time, and especially a Centennial sign was something that was so important for us to get. So that was the first picture you're looking at.
So improvements were made already because of the Centennial.
Right.
Sign up, all right.
Right.
Good. Here we are at a party in your backyard.
That's right, with the Centennial flag on our...
flag and the roof?
On our,
Okay.
And that is my husband, Ray, and I, and we hosted, it was in our yard, the celebration.
That's great. And here we are singing the national anthem.
That's right. Okay. That was the opening ceremony by some of our neighbors who started the program.
And here's a familiar face, Alice Cundert.
Yes, she was our main speaker, and she was a delight for all of us to have.
She is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Tractor pulling.
Yes, we had narrated hayride tours of the village to tell you where the residents used to live and the business and everything from way back in the 1800s.
So people could learn about the history on the site?
Learn about it. And we had small pony rides for all the children. And that, too, was throughout the village to tell them a little history as they went along.
Okay, and then we closed up with an antique show?
Then we had the display of antique autos
Right
from the
on the shore.
Yankton Antique Auto Club.
And right on the shore of the Missouri there in the background. That's
right.
not snow, that's Missouri.
No, that's the river. Yeah.
Okay, well that's terrific. Now, the Lasting Legacy Project was something that you took very personally.
It was a book that I compiled, The History of Running Water.
And is it like a thick book or a small?
It was 185 pages and over 300 and some pictures.
And in another sense, you're kind of wearing a lasting legacy tonight.
Yes,
Tell us about
I sure am. This is my great-grandmother's in the 1850s.
That is phenomenal.
Yeah, my mother gave it to me. I don't know whether she knows I'm wearing it, but I just love it.
Well, she does know.
And
She knows now.
Yeah, she will know.
We'll keep you that secret. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. We're glad you were able to celebrate the centennial of running water. And running water could best probably be described at this point as an economic opportunity waiting to happen. So there's plenty of things to do in running water if you get down there to do them. Right now, though, we're going to stay here in Pierre and party a little bit more. We have some events coming up that we want to share with you right now. Remember that the Capitol Ball is coming up at 8 o'clock right here in the Rotunda. I think you can hear the trumpets as they practice in the background. That's the University of South Dakota Centennial Orchestra. That'll be 8 o'clock Central Time, 7 o'clock Mountain Time. Then that ball will be running till about 11 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, we'll also cover at the same time, simultaneously, if you will, the Centennial Grand Ball. That'll start at 9 o'clock Central Time, 8 o'clock Mountain Time. And in between those two programs, we'll be back and forth. We'll be sharing the music. The 147th Army Band will be playing at the Centennial Grand Ball, and we'll be sharing back and forth the music that and the people, the sights, the sounds, the action will be all over the place, as we have been all day long, as we continue to celebrate the century right here. We have more interviews coming up now with, Roland Chicorin's going to be here, Marilyn Wiley's here. We have interviews with people from in Pierre that were done during the course of the afternoon with some of the new additions to town. The Discovery Center is one area here in town that's going to be a nice educational focus for the community. We're going to share that with you. Things are just a-popping here in Pierre. There was a light rain fell this afternoon. Wouldn't you know, it fell about 10 minutes after the parade was over. You couldn't have asked for a better afternoon. The skies were cloudy. It was fairly comfortable, very little breeze. So it was just a real nice day all the way around, and it's still a little damp outside yet, but it's good. It's a nice day here in Pierre. We're glad that you're joining us. And Linda Hansen is ready to visit with another one of our South Dakota neighbors.
I sure am. And our centennial, of course, really began in the small towns. This is Joanne Schaefers of Polo, and she's going to tell us a little bit about what we're looking at right here. This is a really nice shot of the city, isn't it?
This is Polo. Probably we've had the biggest parade route in the state. You come in over here and you go a block and you go a block here and then back over to where they were parked.
How many times?
Once. And this is the view of when the wagon train was parked. Our Centennial got off the ground when they had the preliminary planning meeting in August of '87. And we ended up saying that Kyle Evans was going to be the troubadour, and he played for our entertainment that day after lunch, and so I said, book us. And then I went home and lined up the committee.
This is Kyle, right?
Yeah, this is Kyle. We gave him a birthday cake because his birthday was July 1st, and that's the night he played for 1,000 people in Polo.
How many people does Polo normally have?
We have 22.
Incredible.
Living in town. There's about 317 people in the rural parish community there.
Mm-hmm. Tell us about this picture that we're looking at.
This is our lasting legacy, and we're very proud of our lasting legacy. We have, it's a marble marker, and these are 4 returning priests who came back to celebrate with us, and our parish priest. And we have never had a sign that says St. Laborious before. Now we do.
Now you do, and now you're going to have that too for much longer than just the centennial. And it looks as though we have here Polo Memories. Who compiled this particular publication?
Yours truly.
Did you really? Well, we have had a lot of people that we've been interviewing that not only were they centennial chairs, but they were also really involved personally in so many of the small and intricate details. And
We
I
have
think this is very nice.
638 indexed histories in there. All of them are from 1881 down to 1984. So we have a lot of history in our 268 pages.
Well, that's terrific. Thank you so much for coming by, Joanne, and for waiting. We can hear the orchestra warming up in the background, and the Centennial Ball is just around the corner. We hope that you will stay with us. And I'm going to reach up here, I think. Yes, I think I'm right here, that we, in addition to hearing this beautiful music, this would be a great place to talk about the Arts Congress that has happened this past September, as citizens both north and south in the Dakotas joined together to showcase and celebrate the distinct cultural and artistic traditions of our 2 states at the Dakota Centennial Arts Congress. South Dakota Public TV was on hand to bring this unique event home to Dakotans.
In September of this centennial year, an unprecedented historic celebration of artistic endeavor was held in Aberdeen, the Dakota Centennial Arts Congress, a once-in-a-lifetime gathering of artists and art appreciators from North and South Dakota. It gave individuals and organizations from both states an opportunity to join together to reflect on our past and plan for our cultural future. Serving as honorary chairpersons for the event were Charlotte Carver, former executive director of the South Dakota Arts Council, and visual artist Fritz Scholder, a native North Dakotan whose paintings are internationally known.
We, along with the humanities and all the art historians and all the artists, don't ever forget the most important factor of all, are here to remember our heritage and to appreciate it today, but to have a vision to look to tomorrow.
There has been a tremendous amount of energy generated from the Congress. People are enthused about what's happening. And I think that the reason for that is because there's a mixture of new people. North Dakota and South Dakota people, a lot of them are meeting and sharing ideas for the first time. And I think that that has created some kind of special magic.
I think the fact that there were so many practicing artists here, that there was an opportunity to showcase talent. I've never seen the dancers from North Dakota, you know. I've never been to the Red River Valley to see a dance performance. So I think it gave us an opportunity to showcase our talent and to appreciate what the other states has done.
Congress participants were treated to performances by a wide range of talented Dakotans. From dancers, to musicians, to mimes. Although the entertainment was plentiful, the Congress also found time to draft a Declaration of Cultural Identity. The document was then signed by Governor Mickelson and Governor Sinner and will be placed on permanent display in both states' capitals. The Declaration acknowledges our identity as Dakotans by proclaiming the cultural distinctions that characterize our time and place as a people.
I think that the Dakotans have been able to maintain their individual cultural identity at a time when in many parts of the country unique cultural traditions have been lost. I think while we complain a lot about our sparse population and also probably our very definite seasons, I think those things have helped to keep our traditions very unique.
We have learned to overcome the diversity of our land and where we live. And I think that this has made us a stronger people. That this has reflected in our art and in our culture.
I have always contended that being in both North Dakota and South Dakota made me tough.
Fritz Scholder grew up in Wahpeton, North Dakota, and Pierre, South Dakota, where he studied under Oscar Howe. He's exhibited his paintings worldwide and gained an international reputation. His workshop and lecture were highlights of the Congress.
I really think it would be of great value if this was now continued every year for the two states, because it's so important to bring in outside artists who are truly working in the real art world. The art world has become very complex, and artists today need to know about it. Even if they stay here, they should be very aware of what's happening. This is part of it. I think that there has been, up to this point, maybe a little too much isolation.
I think that my particular heroes are the artists of today, because it's difficult for them to survive in the Dakotas as artists. What seems very obvious to me is that the artists that we have here, the artists and performers, are very high quality, but it's difficult for them to make a living. So I hold them in high esteem for staying here in the Dakotas and reflecting the culture of the Dakotas.
I truly feel that this Congress was a milestone. I think it was more than a meeting or a Centennial event. Bringing the two Dakotas together to work cooperatively at this Congress was a major achievement.
I would congratulate all those who worked hard, whose vision a number of years ago and leadership and hard work made this a reality. The Centennial Arts Congress is truly a landmark for the Dakotas, but also perhaps may serve as a role model for other states, I hope.
So to all of those wonderful artists of Dakota who help us cross the broad rivers of human spiritual understanding, who help us walk in the pleasures and the pain and the providence of our people, all of them we are grateful. They have enriched our lives in ways no others can. They have enriched our states, they have enriched our culture, our collective spirit. They are the soul of Dakota.
The arts in South Dakota are looking forward to an excellent second 100 years in South Dakota. Those kind of projects do nothing but solidify the direction for the arts in South Dakota. That's great. We couldn't be happier and prouder to share that with you. Meanwhile, talking about being happy and proud, the gentleman next to me here is a longtime friend of mine, George Novak from Scotland. We got together probably about 5 years ago, I guess right after you retired from the post office, of all things to play accordions in Scotland. Can you imagine about 150 people playing accordions for another 500 people in Scotland all night long? Well, that's what we did over there in Scotland. We just had a great time. George, I'm glad you can make it up here with us.
Pleasure being here.
Okay,
Really
let's get right into what happened in Scotland.
Alrighty.
You guys had a big homecoming event there. Let's start with that.
Oh, it was great. Fabulous.
Okay. First time ever you had an all-school reunion in Scotland.
Since the history of our town, right.
Okay. How many came back?
1,735 people, classmates.
And what did they do all weekend?
Well, I'll tell you, we were busy all the time. We had 2 dances, 2 meals that was given to them, plus a lot of other entertainment, plus a wonderful worship service that was put together on Sunday.
Oh, and then in the course of looking at the inserts here, each class was featured on a different page of the newspaper. This is the class of 22, and then they could go around and reminisce about the photos right in their hands, and so it was a successful event. We raised money at this event, did we?
Well, we ended up with $10,900 profit. Rich, that's not too bad, is it?
And that went right back into the community.
Right, it did. We set up a $3,000 scholarship fund that will be given away this coming year. The first graduating students this year will get some money out of that.
So that's a real kind of a lasting legacy project.
That is a lasting legacy, right? And it's a scholarship fund that any of the classmates can add on to it. Anytime they want to give to the fund, they can do so.
Good. Hopefully those Scotland students will stay right here in South Dakota, right?
Well, that would be great if they did.
Okay, well, we've got a famous South Dakotan from Scotland. In fact, we would be remiss if we didn't, again, pass on to you a little bit of information that Chuck Gemar was there.
Right.
And he autographed this picture for George. And there he is. In fact, there's George, another one here, George handing him a plaque from the governor. Tell me about the plaque and the day you presented this to him.
Well, the day we presented that was on July the 2nd. We gave that to Chuck on behalf of the governor and also on behalf of the people of South Dakota in the Centennial year and the Centennial deal.
Well, that's just terrific. We look forward to being invited back over to Scotland for another accordion fest.
Rich, it's been great being here. Come to Scotland, we've got a great town.
We'll be there.
You bet.
Thanks, Linda.
I think we have a little bit of time here so I can tell you what's coming up next. We're going to be going to the Capitol Ball pretty soon. It's almost time now. I think about a half an hour away you can hear the orchestra warming up. The Capitol Ball will begin at 8 p.m. Central. There they are warming up. You can see them down in the rotunda getting everything all ready. Earlier we were listening to Let Me Call You Sweetheart, and just now they performed something from the Roaring Twenties. So it's going to be a fabulous evening of dancing down there at the Capitol Ball. They are under the direction of Professor Skip Swenson. You can see him there telling any last-minute details to everyone. And I think the excitement is really building. We are anticipating this ball 1,000%. I think maybe we ought to listen to them just a moment as they're warming up.
eavesdropping on the USD Centennial Orchestra as they play the anniversary waltz in preparation for tonight's Centennial Ball. Okay, well, we are still live here in the State Capitol building, and we're going to be continuing with our State Centennial finale coverage. And in fact, Linda Hansen is ready to talk to a state senator right now.
Yes. I'm very happy to be here with Roland Chicoine of Elk Point, and we have some beautiful photos, and I think we're going to go right into it. Tell us all about this. This looks like the wagon train, and I was there that day. It was a great day. I rode there.
This is before the wagon train started. You know, the state of South Dakota is 100 years old, but we have Jefferson, Elk Point, North Sioux City, where we started, and they're celebrating their 130th birthday because it lasted for a whole week. And this picture is what the little town of what you call Texas. It's down on the Missouri River where the first South Dakota territorial election was held. And the spot, the cottonwood tree is still visible where they tied up their steamboats, and that's where the first election started.
Well, let's go ahead and we'll move on. You can kind of talk us through these a little bit.
Okay, well then the next picture is showing the Centennial quilt that was made in the Elk Point High School. The grade school kids, they sewed all winter on that Centennial quilt. And they really had a great time.
Where did the quilt end up then?
Well, it's still being exhibited at the school, and everybody's so proud of that Centennial quilt. And this is the mail train. We flew a special stamp in from Pierre to Vermillion, and the Pony Express.
That's right. We expressed it down to Elk Point.
They took it down to Elk Point on the Pony Express, and that was a great time. And this shows the people working into the post office that was constructed down in Elk Point for the Centennial. And of course, this is when the wagon train, after a week's celebration, the wagon train was leaving Elk Point, and we had a great time. There probably was about 6,000 people in the town of Elk Point. We had wagons from Texas and from Pennsylvania that came all week and stayed in Elk Point to get the wagon train started, and it was a tremendous time. People really enjoyed it. They came back from all over for this celebration.
Well, like I said, I was there, and I heard from people all over the country how they appreciated your hospitality and how that entire week of events was just a real highlight for all of them to have been in Elk Point.
And they're still talking about it.
Yeah, they're still talking about it. We wish you the very best in Elk Point, and we encourage you to keep continuing all the great innovative things that you're doing and celebrate the next century. Thanks so much for coming by.
Thank you.
When pioneers built a new cabin or a barn, they'd have a hoedown or a barn dance, and when they built the Capitol, they had a ball. And we're going to have a ball tonight, Rich.
We're doing it. Yes, that's it exactly. Thank you. Earlier in the afternoon, around about 4:30 this afternoon, we were busy doing some of our cross-defense neighbor-to-neighbor interviews here, and while that was happening, the people who have been organizing these events that were visiting with us and that have been here tonight, we're over at an event called the Centennial Tip of the Hat Reception, which was held over at the new Discovery Center in in Pierre. You can see the senator's on his hands and knees crawling into the camera. It's funny. Just go right ahead, sir. Walk right out. This is live TV. It's okay. You're not going to embarrass anybody at all. There we go. Okay, well, they had the Tip of the Hat ceremony over at the Discovery Center, which is going to be an aquarium kind of a setting. It used to be the old water plant here in Pierre, and it's just when you come in off the bridge from the Fort Pierre side, it was a big old, kind of a fallen apart, kind of a gray stone building. Now they've cleaned it all up, and they've put brand new windows in it that are those kind of round windows with the arches on top. You'll probably see it in the video here. In any event, the industry and technology volunteers are bringing science, technology, and fun to the state's youth in that new refurbished building. And in fact, Todd F. talked with the center's executive director, Eileen Pfeiffer, earlier today.
Ms. Pfeiffer, tell me about the Discovery Center. How long have you been in operation, and how did this all come about?
Well, this is our second day of operation. We just started yesterday. It came about because there were some people here in Pierre who had seen this type of hands-on science center other places and would come back home and say, oh, Pierre really needs one of these. And I moved into town 2 years ago. I have a science background and got involved with the group that was interested. And we first started just meeting in the evening, talking to people to see if there would be some support for this. And we really didn't make much headway until We formed a board, we got nonprofit status, and we did all the technical things. And then the city commission, and particularly the mayor, Peterson, just saw the vision of this thing, and the city decided that they would do what they could to renovate the building. You understand, it was originally a power plant. Then when they moved the generators out, it's been used for many years just to maintain city trucks. So it was grease and, you know, not very nice.
What types of things do you have in here?
We have hands-on science. It has to be scientific. It has to have some kind of interaction with the people. And we're hoping to do a lot for science education, not only in South Dakota, certainly not only in Pierre, but in this whole region, because there is nothing like this until you go to St. Paul or Denver. So we expect to fill a real need.
You still have scaffolding and some work to do. What's it going to be like when you're completely through?
Well, when we're finished, we will have the aquarium. We haven't been able to get it set up yet, but we expect that to be in place just behind these arches. And we'll have freshwater fish from the Missouri River, also, well, really the Missouri River theme with the bald eagles stopped, of course. And just this particular kind of thing. And there aren't really too many freshwater aquariums. Most of the aquariums are on the east and the west coast, but not too many with fresh water.
Now, I understand you're a science teacher, and you're not originally from South Dakota. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
I'm a Pennsylvanian, and taught physics and chemistry in Pennsylvania. And then we moved to Oklahoma, and I taught in a small college down there and a vo-tech school. So, and I also was a research chemist for Gulf Research.
Well, Ms. Piper, it looks very impressive, and looks like you've got a good start on things, and thank you very much for talking with us.
And that's a brand new facility right here in Vermilion. A little jet lag for me today, actually, Chrysler Plymouth lag. I think I drove up in Chrysler Plymouth. The Discovery Center in Pierre, refurbished waterworks. It's now an educational center for youngsters here in South Dakota. That's terrific. Hey, you know, some of our guests have been really terrific today. They've shared a lot of good stories with us. They've been old friends. This next guest, guaranteed a lemon. Okay, just teasing. I'm sorry. Sit back in your seats there. Marilyn Willie is here from Lemon, South Dakota, is actually what I meant to say. And Marilyn's the Community Development Director up there at the Chamber of Commerce, and she has some photos to share with us about the celebrations in Lemon. Thanks for joining us. You have the unique distinction of being actually right on the border of North Dakota and South Dakota, and that colors somewhat your commerce and what you do up there, right?
That's true. We are the only community that lays in both states, and so of course we got to celebrate both the North Dakota and the South Dakota Centennial this year. And
how come then you're here with us on South Dakota Public Television and not on North Dakota Public Television?
Because they had their celebration in July.
That's right, and they didn't do anything like this at all in North Dakota. No, they didn't. That's right. Okay, that's our shot to North Dakota. They're our good friends and we love them.
Well, we have the only lasting legacy that was recognized by both states. And one of the legacies that came to us from our ancestors is trees. And so the lasting legacy we decided to pass down to our future generations is a tree nursery. And we put in 6,000 trees on 20 acres. And you can see from the picture that we're doing some of the planting and cleaning of the trees. And it has become a community project. Families get involved, and communities are starting to different agencies are starting to adopt a row and make sure that that row is cleaned and whatever. Okay. This picture is of the tug of war. Lemon was supposed to be in North Dakota, but the town was named after an old cowboy, and North Dakota was a dry state, so he wanted a town to have a saloon. So he just made sure that it got on the south side of the railroad track. It was in South Dakota. And this is the birthday cake that we had done. It is all done in sugar frosting, and the lady that did this is from Lemon, and it's just an exquisite piece of art that she did, and of course has our petrified wood park on it, which is the only one of its kind in the world, and of course also pays tribute to our agriculture, which is a very important part.
Okay, well, it's terrific. I was up in North Dakota, and actually it was in North Dakota. I was up in Lemons visiting with the high school students up there in May, and the 5th and 6th graders talking about South Dakota Adventure, a history series that we do on here on public TV. And I rode my bike from Lemon to Hettinger, the 25 miles over and back, which was a nice ride for me that afternoon. And I enjoyed the hospitality there. It was a nice town, and I know I'll be back.
Well, thank you.
Good luck up there in Lemon, and like I say, we'll all stop in and see the petrified gardens and the lasting legacy trees. We're going to keep an eye on those babies.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thanks, Marilyn.
Thanks so much for coming. I didn't sleep very well last night. I'm not sure how Rich did, and I guess I'm not really that nervous. We are live here in the Capitol, but the wonderful events that are going to be unfolding for you very soon are really exciting, and I'm anticipating this event coming up very much. And I'm anticipating this event coming up very much at 8 o'clock Central, 7 Mountain Time. As you can see, the Capitol Ball will begin, and then we will take you to the Centennial Grand Ball, which will be at the Ramkota at 9 o'clock Central, 8 Mountain Time. It's very shortly approaching, and so we hope you'll put on your dancing shoes. The 25-piece University of South Dakota Centennial Orchestra under the direction of Professor Skip Swenson has been warming up, and we can hear, even though we're on the 3rd floor, the rotunda is beginning to fill. We can hear them talking down there. There must be quite a few people milling around. Oh, there we have a live shot. Very good. And you can you see now a lot of how this is going to be very much like the 1889 ball that was held. There will be many people in period costumes like we see right there, and it will be a really grand way to celebrate the century. In fact, the orchestra will be performing all original orchestrations from the archives of the Shrine to Music Museum in Vermilion, and that will make it even more authentic as we hear the University of South Dakota Centennial Orchestra tonight. We hope that you'll stay with us. The ball will be getting underway in about 20 minutes, and I think we're all set to get ready and go back to Rich now and another guest. Who have we got now?
By golly, he's not wasting any time at all. Lannis Wendt is here, drove all the way up from Vivian. Here's his microphone. It's live TV, ladies and gentlemen. He lost his microphone. Cut you a little bit of slack. Just staple a minute. This is what live TV is all about. This is the kind of excitement that we have. Drove all the way up from Vivian, South Dakota. A good 30-mile drive anyway. How are the roads tonight? Pretty good. They're icy. They're icy.
Are they really? Oh, they should be.
It wouldn't surprise me. Okay, so everything's fine down at Vivian. In fact, they had a big party this summer at the Heritage Park. Tell us a little bit about the Heritage Park.
Well, Vivian had not had a park of any kind or any sort of entertaining type area for our community, and so that was our project for the year, was to plant a bunch of trees and build that park with playground equipment, watering, and all the things that go with having a nice park.
Looks like there's some playground and watering equipment going on there right there.
The Latin word for Vivian is lively, and this was to demonstrate how lively we really are. If you notice the dancing girls, the polka players, and a terrific big crowd. And
I think we get the idea. Hey, we saw this in the parade this morning.
This is our train, our Centennial train that has been in 10 parades this year, and it has really been an attractive part of almost every parade we've been in. People have mentioned it. Kids love to ride in it. Yep.
Really unique, very special. And some roping.
This is Claire Johnson, who is 82 years old. He's put on rope tricks all over the United States, and he lived in Vivian all his life nearly. He left for a few years, but he lived there and travels.
Suppose Claire's watching tonight?
I hope so.
Claire will remember that he and I used to have lunch together right here in the Capitol basement. Many Capitol workers, and yeah, we'll do that. Many Capitol workers would, in fact, join us. Claire would spin rope down where the Centennial office, in fact, is now in this building. Claire would just get his ropes out at the noon hour, and he'd sit there and he'd spin ropes, and we'd watch him, and we'd have lunch, and we'd visit and stuff. And Claire, I'm glad to see you're still spinning them ropes down there in Vivian, buddy. That's great. And then the park has a dedication plaque. Is this part of the lasting legacy?
That is all the people in the community that contributed, either mostly financially, but a lot of volunteer work. A lot of people did put in a lot of effort, a lot of hours to make this, and the plaque is to recognize those people.
And where will this be on display?
It's in our community room in the fire hall.
Okay, that's terrific. We want to thank you for joining us, Lannis. I hope you have an enjoyable stay in town and a safe trip home. You're staying here tonight or driving home?
No, we're driving home.
Be real careful with the
You're not going to let me show these, huh?
We got to keep it moving because there's people out there stacked up and ready to go. And that's what we're going to have to do, okay? Well, thanks so much for joining us, though. Linda?
I've just been told we're going to be going to a tape, and since I haven't got anything to promo, I'm going to let you run that tape in a minute as I tell you that the orchestra tonight will be recreating a panorama of music from the state, beginning from the late 1880s up to the time of composition of our state song, Hail South Dakota, in 1943. Let's go to your piece that you've got there, Ron.
Mr. Hartley, if you could maybe tell the folks, if they're staying over in Pierre on Sunday, what they might be able to see at the Cultural Heritage Center. We have two special exhibitions here at the center that will be here till December 17th. One is the Missouri River, a Centennial exhibition, which is a show that was organized by the Dolph Fine Arts Center in Rapid City and is circulating around the state. That's an exhibition of contemporary artworks on the theme of the Missouri River. We also have a show from the Smithsonian Institution. You can see one of the quilts from the show in the background here. This show is about how older Americans pass their traditions on, their skills, their memories, to succeeding generations. And it's called the Grand Generation Memory, Mastery, Legacy. And what are some upcoming exhibits coming to the museum? We have a Christmas show that we'll have around Christmas time. And then in January, we open a show called The Art of South Dakota. And we're going to be borrowing art objects from, by South Dakota artists from museums and private collectors all over the state for that show. And that will open around about January 10th and run through April. And also then we have a show of quilts by women from the Rosebud Reservation that will be running concurrently with that show. Now, you worked at the venerable old Robinson Museum, and it has some fond memories for a lot of South Dakotans. How will this facility better be able to help people who want to learn more about South Dakota history?
Well, for researchers, there's room to work, for one thing, and there's the guarantee that the collections that they're working on will survive intact, which was not a sure thing in the Memorial Building. And of course, for museum visitors, we have five times the exhibit space that we have in the Memorial Building. There'll be a lot more that they'll be able to see, and the conditions for seeing them are much better, and the conditions, of course, for preserving them are much better.
And you've had a big day today?
We've had the largest attendance we've ever had, about 1,400 people so far, and we're not done yet.
Mr. Hartley, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jeez, Rita hasn't got a date for the ball. She says she's tired. Rita, the party's just getting started. And I'm talking to Rita Smithberg from Draper, South Dakota, not too far from Vivian. She came up to talk to us about what they did in Draper for the Centennial, and they have some very interesting projects, and I have the photos of them right here. Nice to have you join us tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're looking at first at the community auction that was used to generate the funds to create the Lasting Legacy projects. That's the first photo I have here, and you guys had an auction.
Yes, we made enough money to pay for all of our other projects that we did all summer.
That's terrific. And this round thing is also, besides being a baler, was used as a ride for some of the guys. They
Yeah, they had a lot of fun with it. Oh, they had fun that day.
I have no trouble picturing Lannis in there at all.
I think he was around somewhere.
Yeah, I bet he was. Okay, now we have a museum here that was a restored school. It is a restored schoolhouse.
Yes, it was a schoolhouse out in the country. It was made into a museum by a lady from Draper and was put in the country at that time. We moved it to town and restored it, and it's open now for all our children. And
this will be the Lasting Legacy.
That's one of our Lasting Legacy projects, and our other Lasting Legacy project is the next picture, and that's our park. And we had a mural painted on the building, planted trees and petunias, lilac bushes.
And that's open year-round? We can come down there and...
Yes, and it's right next to our swimming pool, so we can enjoy it in the summer. Place for mothers. This is the 50 flags that was part of our parade. We had around 1,000 people for our parade, and we only have 150 people in Draper to start with. So we had a good crowd.
Seems like people came out of the woodwork for the Centennial this year, huh? That's great. And this is the wagon train. I'm covering you up there.
Yeah.
A lot of people will see that you're there.
I rode in the wagon train approximately 300 miles, and Draper had an entry in the wagon train.
You rode 300 miles yourself in the parade?
Yes, on horseback.
Solo horseback?
Yes.
What was the, I know you must ride regularly or you wouldn't try that. What was something that you weren't prepared for that happened on the trip that made it really special?
On the wagon train?
That it was either tough or demanding or particularly unique?
Oh, it was long days, and it was kind of made you stop and think about what maybe some of the pioneers did go through. We didn't have it near as tough as they did, I know. But it was mostly just very enjoyable.
Okay, well,
something we'll never get to do again.
Well, we could keep doing it. It's just that we wouldn't call it the Centennial Wagon Train
No,
anymore.
it wouldn't be the same.
That's right, it wouldn't be. But we're glad you were able to come up here tonight and spend some time with us. Have a safe trip on the way home. I'm sorry you're not going to hang off the ball. It's going to be a lot of fun, you know, but then you're probably here quite a bit regularly anyway. And
I work here.
okay, well, then we have the whole story. Thanks again for joining us. Rita Smithberg from Draper, South Dakota.
Thank you. I'm excited to tell you that the ball is only less than 15 minutes away. We are anxiously awaiting that gorgeous music and the beautiful pageantry. As you can see, we begin our coverage of the Capitol Ball at 8 Central, 7 Mountain Time, and we will be going back and forth to the Ramkota as we finally take you there at 9 o'clock. There, we're down in the rotunda right now, and you can see all of the beautiful costumes that are there. We have a number of people who are dressed in Centennial costumes. There's one that's going by. There are a number of people, too, that are just dressed up to have a great time. And this Capitol Ball should really be no letdown by any means. The University of South Dakota Centennial Orchestra, under the direction of Professor Skip Swenson, is ready to play. They'll be playing music like The Merry Widow, Let Me Call You Sweetheart, After the Ball is Over, Red Sails in the Sunset. It should be a beautiful evening of music, as well as all of these gorgeous colors that we are seeing right now. We'll also be seeing the 1st Dakota Infantry Commemorative Squad and the Pierre players as the evening goes on. So stay with us for the Capitol Ball coming up soon.
All right, we'll continue with our fence post neighbor what you do for the Centennial reports here. And Dave Krull has joined us. Dave is from Armour, South Dakota, down in southeastern South Dakota there, not too far from, I was going to say Delmont. I was going to say some of the larger towns that are down in that area of the state. My favorite country. You bet. Thanks for having come up to join us tonight. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
I know you waited in the back quite a while. Just one quick photo to get us started. Of course, we know this man. This is Walt Schaefer. When did the wagon train come to your town?
The wagon train came on August 7th, which was on a Monday, and what we did is we had a celebration for them, a feed, and we fed the whole town, the community spirit. They helped us. They joined together, and this is Don Putman, our chairman, who is shaking Walt's hand.
Okay. What else went on that day that kind of made it special for Armour?
Well, what we had was we had started off with Arts in the Park and a melodrama, street dances, kids games, old-timers baseball game, fireworks. We also had a wagon train that when we came through that when we worked on that I told you about. And for what we did with all of this is that we're leading up to is that our lasting legacy is that we put up 2 picnic shelters in the Lions Park. And the Lions Park that we have, I don't know if we can see it, we blew this picture up, is right on the highway in Armour. And the Lions are sponsoring this along with the Centennial Committee. On this Lions Park, something about the Lions real quick is that we are the South Dakota Lions chapter of the state, also up for national recognition. And in this Lions Park, we have over $35,000 into it, and it's all donated locally. There was no outside funds except for the $3,000 grant that we got from the state for the picnic shelters.
That's great. So that's right off the highway, and we can all use that park as we're driving back and forth to Pierre.
Stop into Armour, stop into a grocery store we have there, and I'll treat you to coffee.
Well, that's a date. I guess I'll be there, maybe on the way home.
Really nice.
Well, Dave, you talked Linda for a few minutes. Well, thanks, Dave, for joining us. And the Kinnear family says hi.
You bet.
You okay? All right, fair enough. And Dave, thanks again for coming up to visit with us. The celebration events are continuing downstairs. I guess we have some more Centennial interviews to be doing, and perhaps Linda has an idea of what's about to happen next.
Well, I see that we have just gone downstairs again, and we will be seeing as the evening goes by a number of the former governors or their relatives who plan to attend this ball this evening, in addition to many, many South Dakotans from all across the state who have decided to make this their very special wrap-up of an exciting centennial year. We'll be seeing Sigurd Anderson, who plans to attend with his daughter Kristen from Brookings. Lorna Herseth will be here, the wife of late Ralph E. Herseth. Frank Farrar will be in attendance with his wife Pat, and I'm curious to see if she's going to be dressed as Mrs. Millette or Mrs. Farrar tonight, because she very aptly was the portrayal person of the first governor's wife in Watertown a couple of days ago. Nancy Knipe will be here, and Harvey Woolman will be with his wife Ann. So we'll be looking for them. Oh, there's Alice Kundert. She even has another Centennial outfit, and look at that bonnet she's got on. As you can see, the excitement is building, and everyone is awaiting that 8 o'clock Central, 7 o'clock Mountain Time when the ball opens again.
What's going to be your opening statement here?
Well, Burl's kind of nervous right now.
Well, Rich, are you all set?
No, we haven't talked about anything. Burl and I are just sitting here, and she says to me, so, like, are you going to talk to me and tell me what's going to happen first? Well, this is live TV, Burl, so we've never met before. Rich Muller.
Burl Everly.
Pleasure
from
Edgemont, South Dakota. Thanks for coming all the way out for the celebration today.
Yes, we came in last evening and enjoyed the day very much.
You had a good trip?
Yes.
Can you stay for the ball tonight?
Probably not.
Why not?
Well, we might since we're so late.
Sure, blame that on us. You're not going to drive home tonight yet, are you?
No, we're staying over.
Well, then go to the ball. You want my tickets? You have tickets to the ball?
No. If we don't, we have
to... So you need tickets? That's all it's going to take is to get you the ball is tickets for me?
Oh, you bet.
How about that? You're going to the ball on me.
We'll go to the ball.
That's it, bro. Okay, good night. That's it.
Oh, no. Let's talk about Edgemont a little bit.
You got it. Go ahead. You're on. Let's talk about it.
Okay. Edgemont is a small community in the southwestern corner of the state. About 1,000 people. We're basically a ranching community and also a railroad community.
Right.
And we had our kickoff last fall honoring our retired railroad people. That was our Centennial kickoff. We also had our quilt judging at that time because we made a block for the Centennial quilt.
How many ladies worked on that?
We had 10 entries.
Great.
And we sent one in for the Centennial Christmas tree and gift.
Oh, beautiful.
We were happy about that. Okay? Then we had a special day, June 15th. Governor Mickelson came to our town and we dedicated our airport. We also had a ribbon cutting at our custom craft hardwood factory. And then we went down to the park where Governor Mickelson spoke from our gazebo. We have an old-fashioned gazebo bandstand in our park. And Teddy Roosevelt spoke from this park in
6-ish or so, probably.
Yes, by 1905. Okay. He spoke from that park. And one of our Centennial lasting legacies was the renovation of this gazebo. And that has been completed now, and we have also added a wrought iron bench and a 5-globe lamp by the gazebo. We brought a replica of the gazebo to Pierre for the parade this morning. A small replica of it.
I remember seeing that.
Okay, and that was a highlight that our Centennial Committee sponsored the gazebo. Another legacy that we had that I was very interested in was establishing a centennial marker, a historical marker for our city. Because the railroad, the tracks of the Burlington Northern Railroad reached the south edge of the Cheyenne River just 3 days before we became a state. Okay, so then the next spring, Edgemont was born. And it has been a railroad town. And we ordered this historical marker, and it was just put up, would you believe, on November 2nd, so I don't have a picture to bring.
Well, we'll have to come out there and see it.
You bet.
Just piqued our interest to the point where we're going to have to come out, see the road marker. We won't have any trouble finding it. It's right outside of town.
Right on the north side on Highway 18, yes, and it's a beautiful historical marker and dedicated to the railroad and the city of Edgemont. It would take me about 30 seconds to read this text, if you don't mind.
We have enough time for it to read the text. Go, hit it, bro.
Okay. This is Siding 7. Siding 7 was established in early 1890 by the Burlington Railroad, 3/4 of a mile up the tracks north from here. It consisted of 4 short, fan-shaped tracks and a hand-operated turntable over an open pit used for servicing the engines. There was also a small machine shop. The railroad planned this as a permanent location for their yards and as a terminal, being near the junction of the rail between the rail line from the coal fields of Wyoming and a branch line to the Black Hills. After 2 attempts to secure additional adjacent property needed for expansion had failed, the Burlington purchased land from a homesteader on the south side of the Cheyenne River and constructed what was to remain a permanent terminal, thus Edgemont.
edge of the mountains, was born the summer of 1890, growing into and remaining a thriving railroad town.
Well, that's terrific. You did an excellent job. Would you like to stay here and do the rest of the evening with Linda?
Oh, well, wouldn't mind. You've done a nice job.
Rich can go down.
Oh, he's going to give me the ticket.
That's right. Make sure that Pearl gets my tickets, would you please, as she leaves the building. Thank you so much for coming by and telling us about that. Say hi to George Hay for me out there. And
oh, you know George Hay? Oh, I have to tell you something quickly about George Hay. At our fair, we had a Centennial king and queen. And would you believe George Hay was the king?
Way to go, George. Okay.
You bet. I'll tell him.
Okay, sit tight. Your microphone's still on, dear.
Oh,
I'm in for a day. Well, we are here at the Capitol. You can hear some of the sounds coming from the rotunda. Everyone is waiting in wild anticipation of the beautiful music that is about to happen down there. We have less than 5 minutes to go before we go down and join them at the Capitol Ball. And we'll be hearing the University of South Dakota Centennial Orchestra under the direction of Professor Skip Swenson. We're just going to take a look at that gorgeous terrazzo floor here for a moment, as you can see how beautiful the Capitol truly is tonight. It sparkles like a jewel, and with so many people there in their gowns, it is a wonderful spectacle. I'm just going to sit here and let you absorb some of the ambiance while we get a chance to get his mic all ready for this last interview before we go to the ball. Preview of the events to come as the crowd fills in the building again, filling up with a noise level that just brings the energy back to you. Knut Eriksson's here from Stockholm, up north of Watertown, a little northeast of Watertown. Knut's a retired farmer up there, and we're going to try to squeeze this in real quick. Can we get this shot here? This is the school bell that they restored up there, right? Okay. Tell me a little bit about this picture now, Knut.
Well, it came from the original school. Worked hard, and we had a large parade. The only thing that dampened it rained all day, but everybody's spirits didn't bother me.
Okay, well, now that you got the school bell restored, what are you going to do with the energy that you have in Stockholm that's so positive now? What's next?
Well, we're trying to get people in, trying to get some industries in, business, just to keep it alive.
Working with the Economic Development Company here and the gold programs and those kinds of things?
Right.
Okay, well, wish you good luck up there in Stockholm.
Well,
I'm glad you could stop by and share that photo with us and continued success.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, sir. Okay, Linda, I guess we're ready to drop into the ball, eh? Shall we dance?
Boy, I would love to. This is one of my favorite songs. This is the Merry Widow Waltz by Franz Lehar. And as we were doing that interview, I could hear the voice of Dr. David Miller as Governor Millett, who opened the orchestra and the entire ball as we see them dancing right there. There are some beautiful costumes down there already, and by golly, South Dakotans know how to waltz. The neighbor fence rail tonight. We've talked to a lot of South Dakotans. Boy, you
want
said
to
it.
thank everybody that took the time and was so patient to wade through that with us. It was a lot of fun, and I hope Brill and her husband make it over to the ball all right.
just listening to the beautiful strains of the University of South Dakota Centennial Orchestra. They just played for us I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles. And now they are going into one of my favorite pieces. This one, if you know the story of Showboat, you hear this piece after the ball is over. We hope the ball won't be over for a long time. And right now, we will be just talking briefly with Carla Saar, who is from the South Dakota Federation of Republican Women. And she's going to tell us that there's a lot more in the Capitol than just the renovation that we've seen or the silver service or anything else. Carla, for those of us who've never seen the gown collection, can you tell us a little bit about the history of the gown collection?
Well, the inaugural gown collection was a centennial project of the South Dakota Federation of Republican Women. A committee from that group redefined the dolls. The project was originally presented to the state on the 75th anniversary of statehood and put in storage when they were renovating the Capitol. And then when we went to get it out again, we decided that we might look into this a little more and see what was involved with these women.
So the women were more women than just their gowns.
Definitely.
That's what we were looking about.
Right.
Well, how did you happen to find out then about all of their stories?
Well, we wrote to the families. We wrote to all of the families and did a lot of reading. We spent a year on the project, and we were stunned with what we found out.
Well, can you tell us any good stories?
We found out wonderful things. We found out that all the women were extremely talented and clever, and that their family and their church came first, and they were devoted to their husband's career. But many of them did other things too. Many things. A couple of them that were here today, we know that Lorna Herspeth went on and became South Dakota Secretary of State. She was a politician in her own right. And Pat Farrar, who's here today too, when she was First Lady, that family was very, very active in sports. And they rode bicycles and swam. Now in the 1960s, that was a little unusual.
Well, and she's even become an actress this week since she portrayed Mrs. Millett. That brings up this question. Do you know anything interesting about Margaret Millett, for example?
Well, yes, we do. We found out that the Milletts came to Dakota Territory in 1879 because of Margaret's poor health, delicate health. And she went on to raise 5 sons here in South Dakota, and she died at the age of 95. She was also a portrait painter, a china painter. She was a poet and did many things in her 95 years.
Well, she certainly lived a long life. It's too bad she didn't get to celebrate a century, but we are certainly enjoying celebrating a century right here. Thank you so much, Carla, for stopping in, and we know you'll want to get back to the ball yourself.
Thank you.
I think we'll be able to see some more of our live coverage from the ball downstairs right now. And we invite you to stay with us all through the evening. Right now we're at the Capitol Ball, but we will be going to the Centennial Ball very shortly. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Give yourself room. Thank you.
Centennial Orchestra. Let's go back now and we'll listen to this very nice German two-step. taking a breather here, and through this evening at the Capitol Ball, they will be recreating a panorama of music from the state, beginning in the late 1800s up to the time of the composition of our state song, Hail South Dakota, written in 1943 by an Alcester band director, DAKOTA Hammett. It looks as though the director is about to get everybody all revved up for the Foxtrot set. We're going to be hearing Red Sails in the Sunset, the original Foxtrot, and Bye Bye Blackbird. And the reason why they've chosen these pieces is not because in 1889 they could dance these dances, but we don't know how to dance quadrilles and cuddly bets anymore. So that would be a wasted evening. So here we are with the beautiful Foxtrot. Let's go back to that gorgeous music.
Many of the beautiful costumes that, particularly the ladies are wearing tonight. Some of the men have nice costumes on too, but they're not quite as historical as the ones the lovely ladies have on this evening. A lot of them, some of our guests tonight, are dressed in clothing that they themselves, their families have owned and worn to balls like this throughout the course of South Dakota Centennial or in other states if their parents were raised in other places. So some of the costumes we're seeing are genuine family heirlooms. Some of the costumes are, of course, just that, costumes that were made especially for some of the dancers tonight that were ordered up either in Sioux Falls or Minneapolis or someplace. They're contemporary in their manufacture, but historic in their presentation. And, of course, as you look in the background a little bit, as you look at some of the background of these shots, you'll also see people who are doing some serving and some greeting. They're serving a little bit of punch downstairs to the dancers as they work up the thirst. Those are people from what we call the Pierre Players. And that's a theater group that works here in Pierre. It's a community theater group. I don't have information that says when they started, but I know when I lived in Pierre back in the early 70s, I was a member of the Pierre Players, and they're here tonight in costume, and they're greeting and escorting the guests, serving punch, announcing the arrival of some of the guests. Earlier this week, the Pierre Players were busy with a Centennial musical called Welcome Home, which they presented here at the Grand Opera House. So their tradition carries on with the tradition of the arts and with fine dancing and ballroom etiquette right here in the Capitol country.
Here we are at the Capitol Ball, and coming up next, we were just in the midst of a great foxtrot. We'll be going to Bye Bye Blackbird. And I might announce again that this is the 25-piece University of South Dakota Centennial Dance Orchestra under the direction of Professor Skip Swenson. They are performing all original orchestrations from the archives of the Shrine to Music Museum in Vermilion. There's a good look at the conductor, Skip Swenson, who is a longtime professor of music and teaches percussion at the Department of Music at the University of South Dakota. He's the successor to the late Arnie B. Larson as conductor of the Golden Age of Bands, 1860 to 1915 ensemble, which performs each year. So the thing that makes this very historic is the fact that the music that they are playing would have been done in these original arrangements, which they've been able to take from the Shrine to Music Museum, especially for this ball and for the Statehood Day ball, the Governor Millett Ball, which was at Watertown on Thursday evening. Let's go back and listen to Bye Bye Blackbird.
right, that's fair enough. We'll take a break from the dancing for just a minute, and we'll do a little political dancing, I guess. Tom, Senator, it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us tonight.
It's good to be
You had a good trip out?
It's been a great trip, real good trip.
The city's been dark for a couple hours now. I want to say that during the course of the morning and afternoon, we've had howitzers go off on the lawn out here. We've had Capitol lawn geese going by in the morning. We've had colorful parades. We've had excellent costumes, great visits with South Dakotans. You just got into town, and it's been dark, and the cover of darkness you moved, but the town's been celebrating all day long. Have you sensed that spirit when you got
I have. You know, I really have. It's just a perfect way to end the Centennial events for the whole year. It's been an up for the state. As I traveled across the whole state, I felt it in small communities throughout the state, a real feel of celebration, of unity, of joyous attitude about our state and the last 100 years. So this is about as perfect a climax to the whole year as I think anyone could have hoped to have.
What we need to do is figure out a way to get the energy and the resources that we've used to pull off all these fundraising events that put new schoolhouses up, that made museums, to move that forward into the future of South Dakota. Do you have an idea for how we might be able to get these people organized to do that?
Well, I think if ever we could get off to a good start, this is it. I think there is an attitude that we can celebrate the last 100 years. We've got to plan for the next. And as I've traveled about, there really is a determination to use the kind of unanimity, the kind of sense of cohesion that we have right now, the optimism about the future, and make it work for us. And I sense that tonight there's just another demonstration of it.
Okay, well, we appreciate the opportunity that you afford us to visit with you and to greet South Dakotans and wish them a happy 100 years. Anything else we need to add?
I don't think so. I really want to applaud public television for doing this. It's a fine way for people all over our state, and perhaps, as I understand it, all over the country, Rich, to have the chance to see what's happening here. I have every reason to believe that there are people all over the country right now celebrating with us, as they should. We have a lot to celebrate, a lot to feel good about, a lot to think about as we look to the next 100 years, and for public TV to be a part of it is a real tribute to you and to us.
Well, thank you for helping us out with it. We appreciate it and look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you, Rich.
Thank you, sir. We'll be going back to the activities down in the Capitol Rotunda, and we'll check out some of the music, and perhaps Linda can bring us up to date on the playlist.
Yes, we've gone into the waltz set now because the foxtrot probably wore a few people out just a bit and got them a little bit heated, so they will probably go over and have a sip of punch. And now the elegant waltzes have begun. Right now we're listening to Sweet Violet, and very shortly we'll be hearing music by Sigmund Romberg, the Maytime Midland Waltz from one of his operettas. It's a fabulous evening tonight, a gala event, and I think even more colorful than I ever imagined could be possible here, as the Capitol looks like a jewel, and so do all these fantastic, beautiful people that we are watching. South Dakota is really celebrating tonight. Capitol Rotunda and listening to the 25th University of South Dakota Centennial Dance Orchestra under the direction of Professor Skip Swenson. We have one more waltz in this. Here we are. Boy, what a beautiful waltz that was, and I think I was very touched myself, and I'm sure all of you, as you were listening to the toast of the past, very articulately delivered by Governor George Mickelson. It's a beautiful ball tonight. We're so happy to be here with you. I don't know what my favorite part is yet. I love the orchestra, of course. We haven't had that dance, though, Rich.
No, we're working on that. We're working on it. And they are beginning to, they will be leaving this ball and traveling over across town. It's a short trip, as you know, here to the DAKOTA Center for the Centennial Ball, the 147th Army Band. And probably be a good chance for us now to take a look, check in over there, see how Ginger and Larry are doing.
Welcome back to the DAKOTA in Pierre. We're broadcasting live the Centennial Ball. The music in the background is the 147th Army Band, National Guard Band, headquartered in Vermillion, headquartered in Mitchell, that is, with members from all around South Dakota. More music this evening. We're just barely into the second set tonight. We're visiting with more guests. That will be on hand with reports. We'll be going to talk in just a moment. My name is Larry Rohrer, and along with us this evening is Ginger Thompson.
And some of the guests who are here for the ball tonight include Regina and Dale Jar, and they join us right now. I don't know if there are any prizes for coming the longest way to the Centennial Ball, but you certainly would be in contention, I think, for it, because you came from Washington, D.C., I understand. Tell us a little bit about what you do in Washington.
So I've been an economist in Washington for the last 9 years. I came there in 1981 to work for Senator Jim Abner. Worked for him for 2.5 years, and then went to the Joint Economic Committee where he was vice chairman. And currently I'm seeking a position in the Bush administration.
Good luck with that. Actually, Dale reminded me that we go way back, as a matter of fact. Back in 1974, when I was a page for the legislature, Dale was a legislative intern from the University of South Dakota, I understand. It leads to bigger and better things, doesn't it? Being involved with that, that's right. So are you having a good time tonight?
Oh, we've been planning this trip for months, and we're so hoping we can join here. 2 weeks ago, our car was stolen. We thought it was going to destroy our chance to come, but the car was recovered, it was fixed, and off the road we went. So we arrived yesterday in fine form.
Good. Well, we're glad to have you here. Regina, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, I'm not a native South Dakotan. I'm originally from Chicago and Medfield in Washington. But South Dakota has become my home state now, and I really enjoy coming back here, and particularly because of the people. They're just so friendly.
How do you feel about the Centennial celebration?
We had a wonderful time. We tried to see as many of the exhibits as we could. The quilting exhibit and the Great Plains Art Show. It's just been great.
Dale, if you had a crystal ball as an economist, I suppose as we look to the future this evening, how about the Midwest economy? Optimistic?
Well, I'm not ready to make a prediction, but I'm very bullish on South Dakota. Someday we'd like to return here.
We hope you do. TODD is also standing by with us this evening to visit with more of the guests here at the Centennial Ball at the DAKOTA.
Thank you, Larry. I'm with Jeff and Tammy Hayes from Sioux Falls. Jeff is an entrepreneur and lobbyist, and Tammy works for Dakota State University in Sioux Falls. And Jeff, you've been involved with this thing for a long time. This all started a year ago in Sioux Falls with another ball. Tell me a little bit about that.
You bet. We had a kickoff a year ago tonight in Sioux Falls. We had about 450. It doesn't even compare to what we're seeing here tonight. It's a wonderful event, had a big dinner, and just a nice send-off and kickoff, not only for South Dakota Centennial, but we also celebrated our bicentennial of the Constitution, sponsored by Merrill Lynch. It was a wonderful evening, and tonight is beyond anything we'd ever hoped for.
And tell me a little about your involvement here this evening.
Well, our company, one of the divisions of our company is Hazel Productions, and we've been helping the public TV and the committee here with the lights and the lighting here at the ball tonight. And I've been sticking around the last couple of days, pitching in, putting up some of the lights and the trees and all the other decorations. It's been a lot of fun for the last couple of days.
Now, Tammy, I have a question for you. Is Jeff a good dancer?
Well, I have to lead. It's always an argument who's going to lead, but yes, he's a good dancer.
Are you enjoying yourself?
I am having a lovely time. Thank you.
Okay, Jeff and Tammy Hazlett from Sioux Falls, helping to put this thing on. Back to Ginger and Larry.
A lot of festivities that are occurring here at the DAKOTA Ball during this Centennial evening.
And the best of all is the music.
Oh, this is just wonderful. The music is great. People are enjoying the dancing. The decorations are fabulous. Everybody is all dressed up in their gowns. And this is called
What's happening now is that Ginger and Larry are continuing to tell us about the event at the Ramkota. What they don't know is that we've apparently experienced a microwave failure as we transport that signal from the Ramkota back here to the control room at the Capitol headquarters. So we are back now at the Rotunda as we finish up the events here, looking at the Centennial Ball in the Capitol Rotunda. We hope to resume our coverage at the Ramkota when we get the microwave back. There's a chance that we might not, in which case we'll stay here for a while. If we don't, I can assure you right now that you're not going to miss any of the ball. If we don't get the feedback, we have the facilities to, and we are presently, recording everything at the ball site. And as soon as we get enough of that tape put together, say roughly about a half hour of it, well then we'll just put it on a bus and drive it across town and put it back on the air for you as soon as we get it rewound. So you won't miss anything of the ball. It will just mean that everything will be a half hour backed up. But in the meantime, we'll just continue along with the fine music we've been enjoying from the USD Centennial Orchestra.
Yes, and I guess if that does happen, that means that we get to stay and dance a half hour longer, which I think, after looking at all the beautiful color and excitement down there, I wouldn't mind doing anyway.
You know, that seems to be a tradition out here at Pierre. Whenever you come out here, usually you have to go across the river to party that extra hour.
That's right.
We may make it possible tonight by videotape for the entire state to take advantage of that age-old tradition here in Pierre.
Good point. Good point. Down to Cotton Town, as long as I get a chance to say that. That's one step. They are right now in their one step and gallop set. But I understand we're going to gallop out to the Ramkota, aren't
So
we?
we're going to take one big step across town and go back out to the Ramkota, Ginger Thompson, and Larry ROHRER out there. We got the microwave problem straightened out. Let's see how the party's going.
I'm with Jill Anderson, a University of South Dakota student, and she's here for the Centennial Ball. And kind of a nice story here. Jill is one of our bright young students who is going to stay in South Dakota. Tell me a little bit about what you're studying and what you want to do.
Presently, I'm a junior political science major and English double major at the University of South Dakota. And I just plan to stay in the state because I feel it holds the opportunities that I want to advance in.
And what type of things would you like to do? Would you like to practice law for state government, or would you like to eventually get to elective office?
Well, it all depends. The future's a long ways off, but I plan to practice law a little, possibly get into state government if it holds a position for me, but it just all depends. So I do want to stay in South Dakota.
And are you having a good time here tonight?
Oh, I'm having a wonderful time.
Okay, that's great. Let's go back to Larry and Ginger.
Certainly a GENNA event that you're watching tonight on South Dakota Public Television, the Centennial Ball coming to you live. And I heard estimates of somewhere around 1,000 people, I understand, that were supposed to be here tonight.
There'll be more on the way, of course, they'll be coming down from the Capitol, too. That's the Captain Ball goes to conclusion this evening.
Yes, that's right. And it looks like everybody's having a wonderful time. Music is great, dancing is a lot of fun. We hope you're enjoying it at home. Maybe sitting back, either enjoying the music, or maybe somebody's up and dancing in their living room. I don't know.
The strings of Moore Indigo in the background now, coming up is back here at the Ramkota. You're listening to Misty and Georgia on My Mind, coming from the 147th Army National Guard Band. Headquartered in Mitchell will represent this announcement. Let's go back and listen to some more today.
Sounds great.
I'd like to speed things up for you a little bit right now with a tune in style of the great Count Basie Orchestra, tune entitled Misty. Thank you. Misty.
event, the Centennial and the Capitol Ball, and you're just here fresh in from the Capitol, I understand. How does the atmosphere differ here as compared to the Capitol?
Well, at the Capitol, it's a toast to the past. Serene atmosphere, although it was exciting. Here it's a little bit more flamboyant, and it's very exciting here, too.
How what has been your involvement with the Centennial this year, considering the such busy watch that you've had this year, too?
It's been very little, but I've enjoyed watching it. It's over the last 2 years, in fact, really. The city of Pierre generally has been very much enthused about this event this weekend, and they've all been working very hard, my wife in particular, for this ball, and the one up the Capitol, and the city of Pierre and Hughes County and Fort Pierre and Stanley County are very much involved. We're all very happy to be here, and we have this large, attractive, handsome, good-looking crowd here with us tonight.
We should probably ask Pat, what's next now as far as the future goes? Have you got another 10-day plan in the near future, or maybe take some time off? Now, Pat mentioned yesterday when we were talking about the Centennial Ball that her mother wouldn't see her on TV. She wanted to see her son.
Yes.
But I guess we accomplished both today.
Yes, well, maybe you should tell the viewers who your son is, who your brother is.
My little brother is governor. And my mother likes to see the governor on television.
Well, I'm sure she'll enjoy seeing you on TV. She's watching tonight, isn't she?
Hi, Mother.
Good for you. Couldn't resist.
And little brother will be with us later this evening as we toast the future, just about an hour here.
Yes. It was wonderful at the Capitol. The toast of the past was very inspiring, and it was very proud.
A success today?
Any estimates, Pat, on the number of people that are attending all these events?
No, I'm not sure. I mean, to be realistic, I know at the Capitol, I don't think I could have held any more people. And just having walked into here, I'm not sure how many people are here, but it looks like it's comfortable.
Very successful event. Thank you, Pat. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for being here. It's nice to have you here.
It is our pleasure. Definitely our pleasure.
The sound of the 147th Army National Guard is in the background, and also with us here this evening at the Ren Coding Inn is TODD.
Thank you, Larry. I'm with Dennis Wiesnick, former PUC commissioner and currently with the Pierre Economic Development Corporation. And you're getting a new job, though, in December.
That's right, Todd.
What are you going to be doing?
Well, I'm going to go to work for MDU Resources, which is headquartered out of Bismarck. But the good news is I'm going to be able to stay here in Pierre.
And you've been real involved here in the Centennial. You helped the Discovery Center across the road. Maybe talk about the role that industry is going to play in developing that resource here in Pierre.
Well, one of the new attractions that we have here in Pierre that I would invite everybody from across the state to come and take a look at is our Discovery Center and Aquarium, which is right across the street from where we are right now at the ROHRER. And it's really a hands-on science center that's fun for not only kids but for adults. And we've had South Dakota industry just involved more than we could ever expect. And it's going to be just a fantastic kind of museum for us. And we use the old power plant. And people just can't appreciate it until they come here and take a look at it.
I was in there, and it's quite impressive. You're getting lots of displays. You're also going to have an aquarium.
Yes, we are. And that's not up yet. We're going to have native fish from the Missouri River. Game Fish and Parks has been involved. We've just had cooperation not only from industry, but, you know, from government agencies here in South Dakota. State government has been great to us.
Dennis, thanks a lot. Get back to the ball and have some fun. Thank you, Todd. Thanks.
Thank you, Todd. The sound of the 147th Army National Guard in the background as we enjoy the dancing and the music and the atmosphere of the phenomenal.
And listening to the 25-piece University of South Dakota Centennial Dance Orchestra under the direction of Professor Skip Swenson. We have one more waltz in this set coming up. This is the 1894 composition Sidewalks of New York. You should know that one. And coming up shortly will be polka-ing and schottisching, as pretty soon we're going to be going to the ROHRER to show you what's going on there too. Let's go back to this great music, Sidewalks of New York.
round of applause for Skip Swenson and the South Dakota Centennial Concert Orchestra. The orchestra will take a brief pause now, but we will have more. We will go back to polkas.
The USD Centennial Orchestra that we have been listening to and enjoying so much is really well broken in for this kind of an event. They played for bicentennial balls in Yankton, Vermilion, and in Madison in 1976, and for the University of South Dakota Centennial, and just 2 days ago they were also featured at Statehood Day for Governor Millet's ball. And that's one of the reasons why we keep hearing from Governor Millet. He's here this evening, and he is really pushing his own orchestra and introducing a lot of the things that they're doing. We're going to go out to the ROHRER, I think, and see what's going on out there if we can. I think Larry Rohr and...
Okay, before we go out to the ROHRER,
oh, thanks.
Why don't we take just a second to let the people know that this is indeed live on South Dakota Public Television all over the state and the nation, and that we have some very kind underwriters who've helped make this possible for all South Dakotans. We'll be back in just a minute.
We'll go out to the ROHRER and just take a peek and see what's going on out there. Ooh, beautiful!
And the excitement is beginning to build at the Centennial Ball, a toast to the future, coming to you live from the ROHRER Inn in Pierre, South Dakota. And there are people starting to filter in right now, and there's a lot of activity going on. The ball officially begins at 9 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. I'm Ginger Thompson here with Larry Rohr, and we're also joined by Roger Hollenbeck, and he is the commander of the 147th Army Band, who's going to be entertaining us tonight.
That's correct.
Welcome.
Mr. Hollenbeck, the band has traveled all around South Dakota. In fact, is South Dakota's band, so to speak.
Yes, sir. Most states have at least one National Guard band, and we represent the entire state of South Dakota.
And most of the members are, now you're headquartered in Mitchell, but the members are from across the state.
That's correct, sir. We have people come as far as Belfouche, Clear Lake, Watertown. We drive approximately 2,000 miles one way for everybody to make it to drill.
Now you've participated in quite a number of the Centennial events this year as well.
Yes, sir. I believe this, just during the summer, we appeared in 17 different communities. As part of our guard camp and also as part of our weekend drills. A lot of parades, a lot of concerts, and also a few dances.
So it's appropriate you're here for the finale this evening.
Yes, sir. It's going to be fun.
What are we going to hear?
Well, you're going to hear the 147th Army Jazz Band, stage band, and of course we'll be playing dance music all night, and you'll hear a wide variety. You'll hear Tommy Dorsey, Glenn Miller, mostly of the swing era type music.
I saw there's a little 50s and 60s in there.
There's a little bit of that in there too, yes, sir.
It'll be a lot of fun.
Oh, it will be.
Everybody in the band looking forward to it?
Well, you bet they are. You bet they are. This is, the Centennial's been a lot of fun this year, and we're glad we can be here for the end of it.
And is this going to be your last? You have some more performances then. You're going to retire in a month.
I'm going to retire next month, so in fact, this afternoon was the last time I'll conduct that band in public, and that was a good way to go out.
Yeah, and we're looking forward for the evening as well. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here, and this is the grand finale, as we mentioned. We're going to be toasting to the future at about midnight tonight. The governor is going to make the official toast to the future, bringing us into the next century of statehood for South Dakota. So stay tuned for that. The Centennial Ball is coming up at 9 o'clock, so please tune in. Join us.
Candles burn into the night here, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. Notice that we're not burning our candle at both ends. We'll be spreading a great bright light all across here from this area of the state all across South Dakota. as we continue our live coverage of the South Dakota Centennial finale. And we've got some more ball coming up downstairs here, the Centennial Ball, and then we have the Capitol Ball. Here, we'll be going back to that in just a second, and we'll be back for the official start of the Centennial Ball when that kicks off in just a few minutes. So the next set coming up from the USD Centennial Orchestra would include some hot tunes.
Oh, I wish we could go down and dance, Rich. We're going to have to do it at least right here in front of the window. We've got the Village Tavern Polka, Barbara Polka, and you can't have polkas if you don't play the Beer Barrel Polka. You know, I wish you could get that out yet. I don't know if Skip can work you into his ensemble, but we'll have to see about that. So we're going to be going to a polka set in just a few moments, and you will enjoy watching all of your friends and neighbors dancing. Also, they're going to be dancing the schottisch, which is a dance that we don't use anymore, but there are a number of people in the area when they go to hometown dances that still know how to do the schottisch. Somewhat. It's not so much used as a ballroom dance anymore. Also, we've got Foxtrot and Back to the Waltz again, and it's going to be a beautiful evening of dancing right here at our own rotunda as we watch the Capitol Ball. It looks beautiful out there at the Ramkota.
It does. In fact, it's beautiful here at the Dome. We've been talking about it all day and showing you. You couldn't build a set that would look like this. In fact, it's taken 14 years to bring this set around, so it looks like this. The Capitol building at one time here was basically painted industrial strength blue paint back in the mid-70s. They covered up all the artwork, and they've brought it back over the past 14 years. We've got a piece of videotape here that was produced about 3 years ago that kind of updates the artifact work that went in and the restoration process. We'd like to share that with you right now.
Out in the middle of the prairie, all of a sudden you find this one gem. It really is a gem because there's so much beauty and artwork and architecture that you don't find in many of the other areas of the state. To me, that makes it unique to having it all in a case of its own. It's all set aside by itself.
This is the seat of our government. It's where the rules are made that really most affect and touch the lives of South Dakotans. And I think it's incredibly important that it be a place of, it doesn't have to be expensive. It doesn't have to have the most expensive ornaments and attachments and architecture and construction as much as it has to fit the uniqueness of the character of a particular area. This being the character of South Dakota. And it really has to be a place that everybody can be proud of. The real way that you take care of the seat of your government is a reflection on how you take care of the society that you live in. And this speaks very well for South Dakota.
Buildings aren't often historic, and history isn't often tangible. But occasionally, buildings and history combine to become a powerful reminder of the architecture, artwork, politics, and dreams of a people. Such is the case with the newly remodeled South Dakota Capitol in Pierre. Finished in 1910 at a cost of $1 million, the Capitol has undergone a multi-million-dollar refurbishing during the past 4 years. Due to its age, usage, and the inability of the state to properly maintain the building during the Great Depression, the Capitol was in need of work inside and out. Actual restoration of the Capitol itself, however, grew out of work being done outside the Capitol.
The restoration of the Capitol is really the outgrowth of a project that my wife had with the Capitol grounds. As she looked out our house one day, across Capitol Lake over to the beautiful Capitol, there were old spare tires in the water, there was weeds growing up all around, there were rocks every place. I mean, the grounds were honestly just a mess. We've planted now, since I've been governor, over 4,000 trees on the Capitol grounds itself, really as an outgrowth of that idea that my wife had. And then the Capitol was a logical extension. I mean, it's been a multi-million-dollar, hundreds of thousands of hours project with state employees and other people that's really turned into something.
With the idea formed, a Capitol Complex and Beautification Commission appointed, and money appropriated by the South Dakota legislature, the stage was set for the often backbreaking and difficult job of restoring the Capitol. Returning the Capitol to its 1910 splendor and making it a usable and sturdy public building was paramount. On the outside, a new parking lot and sidewalk system has been installed, the lake has been dredged, and tuck pointing has been done on the stones in the facade. On the inside, artists have often had to be more like detectives, trying to relocate designs and paintings, then arduously reconstruct them.
You go in and you just take a paint remover, and you scrape off a layer, and then you scrape off another layer, and then you scrape off another layer. And then when you're pretty much down there, you take a marker and you mark in what you can see and what you can find. Once you have all the lines on, take a piece of paper and you put the piece of paper over the wall and you draw in what you can see on the paper. Then you take it back to the shop and you make a pounce paper. And you put that on the wall, take chalk and you pounce it in, and you draw in the design.
The results of such hard work have brought back the original designs and intentions. According to Harold Schuler, who has written a book on the history of the Capitol, South Dakotans have a group of women from the turn of the century to thank for ensuring a beautiful Capitol interior.
Well, the Federation of Women's Club in South Dakota in 1909, I believe, passed a motion that they should spend at least 5% for decorations, which would come to about $40,000. And of course, the decorations on the walls were the most spectacular. And of course, now they're all coming out, those old decorations, through restoration of the Capitol. Western architect called it a monument left for art. And I think it's quite evident that it was a beautifully designed interior.
Schuler says South Dakotans should also thank Minneapolis architect C.E. Bell. Bell made creative yet frugal use of state funds to build the Capitol in 1910. To save costs, Bell designed the South Dakota Capitol in large part after his designs for Montana's State House. But while watching the pennies, Bell also knew where not to compromise.
Originally, the plan called for cast iron stairways and cast iron railings in the rotunda. And Bell realized afterwards that this would cheapen the building. So he recommended that they use Vermont white marble for the railing and for the grand stairway and for the wainscoting in all 3 floors. And that's all that marble, placing it and everything, only cost $20,000 extra, and the Capitol Commission voted yes. And I think that's one of the wisest decisions they made in interior decoration.
So the dreams of South Dakotans, past and present, have converged on the modified Greek Ionic structure in Pierre. According to Gwen Kleinschmidt, the Capitol tour guide who conducts tours for some 20,000 people a year, most are impressed with the South Dakota Capitol. In fact, she says there's often more appreciation of the building by non-residents than by South Dakotans.
We have a lot of people from out of state that are thoroughly impressed with the Capitol. There's a lot of people who that is their activity, is to visit every Capitol in the nation. Most of those people are thoroughly impressed, and they put ours as one of the top 5. It is one of the most beautiful capitals in the nation. It's also one of the most fully restored. And it's something in South Dakota we can really be proud of.
For Kleinschmidt, who conducts 3 tours a day, 5 days a week, the connecting designs of the acanthus leaves, past flowers, and other symbols most impress her about the building and its restoration. For Schuler, the grand staircase and rotunda are tops. Schuler is also moved by the fact that many of the greats of South Dakota politics have roamed these decorative halls. But for Governor Janklow, everything is his favorite part of the Capitol.
When we did the lake, that was my favorite part of the Capitol. When we did Hilger's Gulch, that was my favorite part of the Capitol. When we rebuilt all of the grounds around, planted the flowers by the tens of thousands and all the trees, that grassy area became my favorite part of the Capitol. When we did the restoration on the inside, that became my favorite part of the Capitol. It's all going to be magnificently beautiful. I mean, I'm very proud of it, and I think the people of South Dakota are, that it's all together very beautiful. But each step of the way has been the part I'm most proud of.
And we were glad we were able to share that little bit of historical perspective on the Capitol building, the setting for our Capitol Ball this evening. And we're ready now to go over to the RAMCOTA for the Centennial Ball. Ginger, Thompson, and Larry Rohr are standing by live.
And the Centennial Ball, a toast to the future, is ready to begin. There are a number of guests arriving now, and the air is filled with excitement. It's a wonderful atmosphere here, isn't it, Larry?
We've finally reached the end.
I know, we have the end of the century, the end of the evening.
The end of the celebration that's going on for 12 months.
Yes, and we hope that you'll stay tuned to, kind of like New Year's Eve in a way, to bring in the new century instead of bringing the new year. So stay with us because there's a lot of fun coming up tonight, a lot of dancing, a lot of great music, and also Todd is going to be joining us, and he'll be interviewing some of the people who are guests here tonight at the Centennial Ball.
Well, we're about ready to start. The first voice you're going to hear from the bandstand is that of Richard Woolworth, who's an instrumental music director at Hamlin County High School in Hayti. He's a staff sergeant. He's the man in charge of the dance band this evening, the membership with the 147th. 10 years now for Staff Sergeant Woolworth. Let's start the party. Let's go to the 147th National Guard Band and begin the music. Gentlemen.
From Mitchell, South Dakota, the Army National Guard is proud to present the 147th Army Band under the direction of Staff Sergeant Rich Woolworth, commanded by Chief Warrant Officer Roger D. Hollenbeck. Please rise and sing along with our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, the official song of South Dakota's 100th birthday, written by South Dakota native John Cmgus and performed for you tonight by specialist Gavin Reeve, South Dakota, My Dakota. Earlier on public television tonight, you saw the Centennial Orchestra from University of South Dakota perform music from the late 19th century up on until about the year 1943, when South Dakota state song, Hail South Dakota, was originally composed. We're going to start our part of the evening tonight from that date, 1943, right on up to the present, and take you through about the last 50 years or so of South Dakota musical history. And what better way to do that than with some of the real big band hits of the 1940s, beginning with a standard tune I'm sure you'll love, Undecided.
Pierre residents, Bob's with the Municipal League and Mickey's in the Governor's office. And what's it been like this year in Pierre? You've both been very active. What's it been like in the Centennial year here in Pierre?
It's been an exciting day today. I'm not associated with state government, and I have an office here in Pierre. And we had a big office party today to watch the parade. We served breakfast and lunch on the street in Pierre, and it was an exciting event for our whole office gang.
And Mickey, how about the Governor's office? What are some of the things you've been doing through the year?
We built a float that was really fun and had lots of fun doing that today, and it turned out just great. All the kids rode on the float, and it was wonderful. And we've had a really good year. Lots of things involved with the Centennial, and the governor's been excited about it, and it's been fun.
And Vicki and Bob will be our spotters tonight, helping out Ginger and Larry and myself and our producer, Jim LOCKHAART, look at all the notables here and bring you the best coverage we can. Thanks a lot. Back to Ginger and Larry. Back to the great days of the great Glenn Miller. We'd like to feature our tenor saxophone players, Wayne Dieterman, and our bass trumpet player, Jeff Sokup, in Pennsylvania, 65000.
You're listening to the music of the 147th Army National Guard Band, also live here at the Ramkota Inn and Pier for the Centennial Funny Ball. As we go through the evening, we'll be visiting some of the guests here this evening, and we'll look at the future a little bit, their personal lives, their business, and the future of the communities that they come from. Along with TODD this evening, Ginger Thompson is with us as well.
Yeah, and Tom Roberts, when he came to the Centennial Ball tonight, says he had no idea he would end up on television. So believe me, this wasn't rigged, was it, Tom? No. Okay. Well, Tom, I understand you're a fourth-generation printer in here. Is that right? You're in the
fourth generation. I've been in business. It started in 1883, and my family's been in it since 1911.
So your business has been around longer than the state has been a state.
106 years.
Oh, that's incredible. Well, tell us, what does the Centennial mean to you then? I mean, that's kind of a unique perspective that you have.
Well, it's kind of interesting. We, being from a family that comes back all the way into the 1800s, it's nice to see the state hit 100 years. A lot's happened in the last few years, especially in South Dakota, with industry and tourism and the development of the resources, the hunting and fishing, and it's been real good, you know.
Now, this ball tonight is called A Toast to the Future. What do you think the future holds for South Dakota as well as for your own business?
Well, that's kind of a difficult question. You know, with South Dakota, it's an ag community. It's a little depressed. We're in a drought. Things got to get better, of course. It's nice to see economic development and tourism doing their work, promoting the state, bringing business in, bringing tourists in. I think that the future's bright.
You're pretty optimistic about the Pierre area?
The Pierre area is going good. We've got the new convention center. It's bringing business into town. Of course, we've got all our hunting and fishing with the reservoir problems and the Corps engineer problems. It's hurt a little bit, but I don't think overall it's hurt much.
If you had one thing you could say to the state on this, the last day of the Centennial, what would it be?
Keep going where you're headed.
Great.
Good advice.
Tom Roberts, fourth generation in the printing business here in South Dakota. The sounds of Pennsylvania, 65000 in the background, more from the Glen Miller area to watch over Main Cat River coming up. The 147th Army National Guard Band as we're live at the Ramkota Inn for the Centennial Ball. Let's enjoy the music. Sorry about that.
ballad entitled Someone to Watch Over Me.
enjoying this wonderful night of music and dancing from the Centennial Ball, a toast to the future, live from the RAMKOTA Inn in Pierre. And we hope that you'll stay tuned throughout the rest of the evening and enjoy the great music. A lot of good music coming up yet, isn't there, Larry?
Not yet. Not only here, but also back at the Capitol. You have two in the rotunda. They're still going.
Absolutely. We'll be going back to the rotunda in just a few minutes. We want to remind you that the music and dancing will continue from the River Center, from the Centennial Ball in Pierre. It's a very festive evening here. A lot of people in very formal evening wear that are enjoying themselves so much this evening. It didn't take anybody very long. Enjoying this wonderful night of music and dancing from the Centennial Ball, a toast to the future, live from the RAMKOTA Inn in Pierre. And we hope that you'll stay tuned throughout the rest of the evening and enjoy the great music. A lot of good music coming up yet, isn't there, Larry?
Not yet. Not only here, but also back at the Capitol. You have two in the rotunda. They're still going.
Absolutely. We'll be going back to the rotunda in just a few minutes. We want to remind you that the music and dancing will continue from the River Center, from the Centennial Ball in Pierre. It's a very festive evening here. A lot of people in very formal evening wear that are enjoying themselves so much this evening. It didn't take anybody very long to get out and dance, did it?
You can't help it with the music.
I know.
It's wonderful.
It's just a beautiful setting. And as Larry mentioned a moment ago, we are going to be going back to the Capitol now in just a moment.
Let's go back and visit with Linda Hansen and Rich Muller back at headquarters in the state capitol.
Here we are.
Well, it's nice to know that you two are enjoying yourselves as much as we are. We had the chance in this last musical set to kind of go out on the floor ourselves, and while we didn't quite get a chance to dance, we did at least taste some of the atmosphere, and I don't want to compare one ball to the other too much, but right now this still is the center of the party. And I think it will be until we have the toast to pass, at which point then that's about 10:30 or so, and the Grand March to come up here at 10, at which point this room will probably clear very quickly, and that room will fill up very quickly. So we're going to be going back downstairs. They're getting ready to start up some more music. We're going to go down there for another song or two, watch the party continue, and then we're going to be talking about some very special party favors that are in the basement.
Yes. Well, coming up next, we'll be having the foxtrot downstairs, too. I might interject here that during the polka section, when it came to the time that the beer barrel polka was announced, Governor Millett, alias Dr. David Miller from Spearfish, said he thought it was prohibition, and at which time everyone had a big roar, and then everybody danced the beer barrel polka. It was really cute. We'll go back down there and take a look and see what's going on.
Let's take a look at them while we're waiting for the band to start up again. Can we do that? Sure, we can.
For this evening, we'll also be having another beautiful waltz set, the Missouri Waltz, Blue Eyes Waltz, and My Wild Irish Rose. Say, did anybody ask you to bring out your accordion when they did the beer barrel polka?
No, George Novak came closest to that in one of our interviews. It's here, of course. I have it within arm's reach, within striking distance, so be warned of that, I guess. I think the band's going. part of the historical ambiance of the evening. Down on the first floor of the Capitol building are displays of some historic artifacts. In fact, Mark Halverson is the curator of the collections for the South Dakota Historical Society, and we'll talk a little bit about some very rare, beautiful, exotic party favors, or party equipment, not so much favors. What we've got downstairs is the State Silver Set.
Yes, the Navy commissioned the USS South Dakota in 1904, and until 1920 with USS South Dakota. In 1933, the Navy returned to the state of South Dakota the silver service from that vessel. And, as you can see, we just had it restored. It is a Centennial project for the State Historical Society, and beginning Wednesday, the 8th of November, it will be on permanent display in the Cultural Heritage Center.
Now, the work was commissioned through a smith here in Pierre.
Yes.
They contracted out east.
Yes, a jeweler in Pierre was awarded the contract, and he contacted Gorham Silver Company in Providence, Rhode Island. And Gorham Silver did the restoration last year. They had their senior silversmith work on it. Basically, he spent 6 months doing just that work.
That was your Centennial project, then?
That was our Centennial project.
A nice one. Now, what we're seeing here, the detail is lost really on the video here. Each of those cups and the punch bowl itself have scenes of South Dakota. And I swear, when I looked at that material earlier today, that Peter Norbeck is hunting on that second cup from the left. It was Peter Norbeck with a pheasant rising from a field, isn't it?
It could very well be. We have a hard rock mining scene, we have a hunting scene with a beautiful dog, and the punch bowl has a farming scene on one side and a ranch scene on the other. The serving platter has the picture of the Armored Cruiser South Dakota, and each of the candelabra, you have the seals of the Navy, the USS South Dakota, and an artesian well. South Dakota is noted for its artesian wells.
And this is all lined with gold?
Yes. And the still example on the punch bowl in the restoration took 1 ounce of gold in the interior.
Okay, well that all sounds like it makes perfect sense to me. This was commissioned for $5,000 in 1903. Is there a rough guess at an appraisal, I guess, an appraisal of the treasure that South Dakota holds?
It is irreplaceable as an artifact. Sure. Gorham Silver, in our conversations with them, have basically indicated, since it would require their senior silversmiths to spend almost 2 years, they would want $250,000 as earnest money before they'd even talk to us. So we have a treasure.
Okay, and there it is, and it's beautiful, and there are guards around it, and you'll be able to see that beginning Wednesday at the Cultural Heritage Center right here in Pierre, just east of Hilger's Gulch. Mark Halverson from the State Historical Society, we appreciate you coming up to visit with us. Thank you so very much. Linda?
Well, the walk set is just about over. Right now they are going to My Wild Irish Rose. So if you hear strains of that in the background, you'll be able to go ahead and dance in your living rooms as you are listening. The music is beautiful, provided by the University of South Dakota Centennial Dance Orchestra here at the Capitol Ball. And of course, still out at the Ramkota is the Centennial Ball. And we'll be going out to them and to see all of the things that are going on later on this evening. Coming up, we will be having a grand march at 10 o'clock Central, 9 Mountain Time, and you'll be able to see all the VIPs that are here at the ball, and they'll be coming down that grand staircase. So why don't we go back and we'll take a peek and listen to the beautiful orchestral music and watch the dancing.
call the Grand March. Introduction of dignitaries. In the meantime, the band will take a brief pause.
Collect ourselves before the next set here at the Centennial Ball at the Rotunda. The Toast of the Past is coming up yet here, so we'll be back with that in just a little while. But this affords us an opportunity to slide across town electronically and go over to the RAMKOTA, where Ginger Thompson and Larry Rohr are standing by with the 147th Army Band, and they're playing at the Centennial Ball over there.
I wonder if they've had a dance yet. Do you suppose Ginger and Larry have had a chance to get out on the dance floor?
Those two is probably all they're doing is dancing.
Could be.
Let's find out from them right now. Are you two guys dancing or not?
Larry Nelson from Vermilion and his wife, Edith. Now, just to show you what a small world this is, I went to high school with Edith. She was a class ahead of me, I might add, and I cover Larry at the legislature. Are you guys having a good time so far?
We certainly are. To tell you one of the highlights of the day was driving up. We drove over the Platte River Bridge and up through Reliance, and Edith got to drive, and we got to see the farms and just some very beautiful sights in South Dakota, and of course this was a very beautiful night here.
And Edith, what about you?
I agree 100%. Larry took everything I was going to say.
Oh, you took the easy way out.
No. The ball is a lot of fun, too. I enjoy looking at all the dresses and the way people are dressed. It's fun.
Okay, back to Larry and Ginger. What do you have?
And we are joined tonight at the Centennial Ball by Jim and Hank Wegner. And you've had a car dealership in here, I understand, for many years, right? How long?
It's been 82 years. No, 82 years. Yeah. We're the old
Is that right? Now I imagine have both been leaders in order to have been around for that long. And tonight the theme of the Centennial Ball is a toast to the future. What do you think is the key to good leadership in the future?
Not reading Newsweek magazine. Honestly, South Dakota will probably be around a lot longer than Newsweek magazine, and both of them will be around a lot longer than all of us.
So probably not listen to Rutgers Professor either.
As fourth generation in the car business, and Dad is third generation, we see a lot of good things in South Dakota in the future, and we hope to be a part of it. Here, this area is growing, and we're happy to be a part of it. And tonight is a real special event. A lot of people will come.
Is it going to be a fifth generation?
Yeah, we're working on that right now. I just became a grandfather.
Congratulations.
Yeah, in fact, the baptism is tomorrow.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, we kind of figured, too, that since you weren't able to come to Pierre this evening for all the Centennial events, including the Centennial Ball, that we would bring, of course, the ball to you and also bring some of the guests of the ball to you. And if you were here, you probably would have a chance to meet Jim and Hank, but since you're not, here's your opportunity. We certainly enjoy having you here. What's coming up in the rest of the evening, Dan?
Oh, we're going back over to the Capitol. We've been over there once, and I'm going to try to stay up later than the old man here.
Is that hard to do? Hard to meet?
we're in a contest all the time. It's a great event here in South Dakota.
Brothers today at the parade?
Yes.
One of them.
You're kidding. Yeah.
Oh, no. Why did you say that?
Elwood or what?
I was Elwood.
You were Elwood?
Another guy was Jake. The guy was Jake.
The sounds of stormy weather are in the background, and Todd is also standing once again here at the Centennial Ball, live from the RAMKOTA.
Thanks a lot, Larry. Well, I'm with Judge Judith Meyer-Henry from Sioux Falls, and tell me a little bit about your gown. It's something beautiful.
Well, thank you. It's based on the period, and it's new, however. It's been made especially for this occasion, so it's fun.
Have you enjoyed yourself?
Yes, it's been excellent. I've been here all weekend.
Tell me about some of the things you've done.
Well, we have attended, the parade. parade was the big one, of course, and then we've attended some various things that have been going on. It's been a lot of fun. Everybody's been having a good time, and everything's been going very, very well. It's very impressive.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Judge.
Sure.
Judge Judith Meyer Henry from Sioux Falls. Back to Larry and Ginger.
All right, we haven't got him back yet. We're going to be waiting on. What we wanted to tell you was that, today's station, South Dakota Public Television Network, and it's live, and the South Dakota Cement Plant, and Media One, and Gorley's in Sioux Falls, and Zilstra Communications, and Citibank, of course, and the Friends of South Dakota Public Television have helped make this event possible for us today. So we want to thank them for their kind support. Well, see, now that I've done that, we'll be able to see it all in actual video form. So we'll be right back with more dancing from the Capitol Rotunda and the Century Toast in it.
Quality that shines will make you laugh, will make you smile, will touch your heart, make each moment worthwhile. Because of you, we're who we are, so keep your eyes on us. TV worth watching, South Dakota Public TV. Tiptoe to soft shoe, red hot to jazz, intrigue, adventure, and surprise. Where all the stars come out for you. We're TV with a different point of view. Because of you, we're who we are. America at its best. TV worth watching. South Dakota Public TV. TBS.
Celebrating the century, this is the South Dakota Public Television Network.
Broadcast of the Centennial finale is made possible in part with major support from Citibank, South Dakota. Citibank is proud to share in South Dakota history and looks forward to another 100 years of people, pride, and service in South Dakota.
Okay, like I said, Citibank, we thank them. All right, we're getting ready to go downstairs again to the Rotunda Ball here, the Centennial Ball as we call it. The USD Centennial Orchestra is continuing to play. They're getting ready for the Grand March. You're more familiar with this than I am. What exactly are we likely to see as we have this giant staircase of white Vermont marble leading down to a glass cube floor with a live 25-piece orchestra and people that are ready to have a good time? What are we likely to see?
I think that really says it. You know, you took, like earlier, the interview that Todd was doing, you took everything I was going to say. But actually, I think we'll be able to see great color. And in a grand march, of course, each couple is featured separately. And down on the dance floor, then, oftentimes many more intricate designs are made. Once the first couple comes down, they're joined by another, and they make there'll be a quartet, and then an octet.
The Rotunda cam that will show us the overview.
Well, I'm not exactly sure if it's been that well choreographed, but we'll just have to see. I think the idea is just marvelous. And some of the music that we're going to be hearing in that, the music is very appropriate for for the Centennial, Miss Liberty, and the Flag of Victory. So music that would be very appropriate from this time. We're looking down again, enjoying everybody dancing down there. We are hearing has been provided by the Shrine to Music Museum in Vermilion, and the music comes as original orchestrations from the archives of the museum. The museum itself is something very special that we are celebrating in this century with the finest comprehensive collections of American, European, and non-Western musical instruments in the world. And earlier this week in Watertown for the parade, the Golden Age of Bands brass band using original instruments from the turn of the century, which were high pitch. And those of you who are used to understanding what military bands were like at the turn of the century know that the high pitch was raised so the bands would have a more brilliant sound. And they played these instruments in the parades that we've been having now for the Centennial. The Shrine to Music Museum also contains stringed instruments by the most revered northern Italian string makers, Amati Bernari and, of course, Antonio Stradivari. So if you get a chance to take a trip down to Vermilion, you'll want to stop into the Shrine to Music Museum and enjoy part of the artistry that is there as you look at those instruments. The music itself here tonight all came from the museum's collections and is made this evening here at the Capitol Ball very authentic. hear, the Grand March will be happening very shortly, and adding to the ambiance of this beautiful ball in the Capitol building, the 1st Dakota Infantry Commemorative Squad is helping everyone down the staircase. As we've been watching, perhaps you've been able to just catch a glimpse of them. They are a living history unit, began about 2 years ago. The uniforms are authentic Civil War regular Army infantry issue. So you'll have to be looking for them because I know they will be a part of this grand march that's coming up. Normally when they are out on the march, they carry rifles that are replicas of the Army issue, 58 caliber muzzle loaders with bayonets, and they must be quite a sight to behold. They participate in historical reenactments of Civil War battles and parades and are here with us tonight to add to the authenticity. Also, earlier we mentioned the Pierre players are here as attendants for the Capitol Ball at the Rotunda. They are greeting all of the guests back at the doors when they come in from their cars, escorting them into the building, and also serving punch and wine and announcing the arrivals of their guests at the top of the staircase. We'll have more of their announcements too as this goes on. And right now we are winding up the Foxtrot set. We heard Moonlight and Roses just a little earlier. Show Me the Way to Go Home is up right now, and then they'll be preparing for the Grand March, which has very special music, again of a march and two-step tempo to help keep those couples moving down the staircase. And following that, we'll go back to a nice, quiet waltz set. So sit back or dance if you like. If you're a good foxtrotter, this is a good time to do that too. We're watching live from the Rotunda, the Capitol Ball, and enjoying this marvelous wrap-up to our marvelous century.
ladies and gentlemen, South Dakota's present governor, the Honorable George S. Mickelson, and First Lady Linda Mickelson. Have the honor of requesting if you would propose a toast for us, please.
I do. Ladies and gentlemen, would you join me in a toast on this grand occasion as we draw the curtain on our centennial celebration? Let's propose a toast to the past, to those immigrant people who settled our land, to the Native American people who were here before, and with the combination thereof that built a state, to those generations that came after, who with fortitude and wisdom and integrity and vision built a state, and to those unsung heroes of today, all of the members of our individual families who walk the streets and the byways of this great state, who prove every single day that hard work makes dreams come true. To the past and to our centennial.
Pleasure of joining the Governor and Mrs. Mickelson in the toast. I would ask if you would also join them in a dance.
To the Waves of the Danube by Ivanovici. He was a very fine composer, and it's another waltz that has the name Danube. Of course, we know the beautiful Blue Danube by Johann Strauss, but this one is very well known also. And they have chosen this waltz for the governor. We heard earlier Dr. David Miller as Governor Arthur Millette, who took charge of the ceremonies and ran the VIP grand entrance, and also the music provided by the University of South Dakota Centennial Dance Orchestra is superb. Let's sit back and watch the waltz and listen to some more music.
This isn't the first time Pierre's hosted a dance like this. 100 years ago at the inaugural South Dakota's first year of citizenry, you watched the Governor Millette dance that same year. And the Capital Journal reported that most of the legislature and the elected officials that were here did not generally take to dancing. I don't think that's the condition of the centennial celebration. Few of them had much dancing to do, but apparently Governor Millette, and the same the case here for Governor Mickelson, according to the Capital Journal showed the folks that he could dance a cotillion with as much energy as any of the boys. The governor chose him to waltz tonight. The Capital Journal reported that the state officers would have to practice up a little on their dance qualities if they expected to attend the next inaugural. I think we're all taking a lesson now from everyone out there that's having a
Todd, the sound of the 147th Army National Guard in the background as we enjoy the dancing and the music and the atmosphere of the finale of the South Dakota Centennial Celebration.
Tonight, in fact, nearly every table here at the RAMCOTA is full, and the dance floor, as a matter of fact, is full too. Everybody enjoying the music of the 100-year Army Band, and we hope you are too. We are going to be here for at least the next 2 hours, covering the remainder of the Centennial Ball. So sit back and enjoy all the festivities that you can watch in front of your television tonight. And what's coming up in music, Larry?
Well, I thought we might mention, since Pat and Tom are still here, that Pat, along with Sally Ryman, is it Ryman? Riemann, your co-host. And some of the other folks in the committee we'd like to mention off and on the evening: Donna Bailey, Jill Bartlett, Molly Berenson, Candy Sower, just a few of the people who helped make the celebration such a success today in Pierre. We got to give you and Tom a chance to dance. Let's enjoy the music of the Army National Guard.
Hey, Larry Rohr can't give us anything but love. That sounds like a good proposition for this evening.
Yep. Well, there are plenty of more songs to be coming up for Larry to get his wish. Doesn't need what he needs. We'll be taking a break in just a minute. We'll be going back to the RAMCOTA, but as we look, we sit here, we probably have as good a vantage point as anybody, particularly at home, to see who's there. It's fun to see the different faces of our different friends that we've made over the years in our time here of working with the state government. But not everybody that wanted to be here today could be here in Pierre for the final Centennial finale. They just couldn't make it. Some people were working. Particularly Congressman Tim Johnson, who was committed to business in the nation's capital. He sends his Centennial comments to us by videotape.
I'm pleased to have this chance to briefly address the final event of the South Dakota Centennial celebration. This has been a momentous year for our state, a year which all of us will remember for a long time. One of the best things about the Centennial is that it has reminded us of the sacrifices made by our pioneer ancestors who settled South Dakota. When many of them came here, it wasn't long after a lot of people in the East referred to this land as the Great American Desert. It took enormous determination just to live out here in those days, but the people who settled here had a dream. They didn't see the land so much for what it was, but for what it could be, what it is now. And that's the contribution that the Centennial has made to us. It's made us realize that, like our pioneer ancestors, if we can dream it, we can do it. There are many important lessons in life, but there are none more important than that one. As South Dakota enters its second century, I'm confident that we will bring as much determination and courage to the tasks that lie before us as our pioneer ancestors brought with them to this great land.
America shows its colors on PBS. It's a sparkle and a shimmer, a quality that shines. We'll make you laugh, we'll make you smile. We'll touch your heart, make each moment worthwhile. Because of you, we're who we are, so keep your eyes on us. TV worth watching, South Dakota Public TV.
Celebrating the century, this is the South Dakota Public Television Network.
Broadcast of the Centennial finale is made possible in part with major support from Citibank, South Dakota. Citibank is proud to share in South Dakota history and looks forward to another 100 years of people, pride, and service in South Dakota. Thank you, South Dakota, for contributing to our success. Additional support is provided by South Dakota Cement, a proud sponsor of the Centennial, representing the people and the spirit of South Dakota throughout the Midwest. And by the Friends of South Dakota Public Broadcasting, on behalf of over 17,000 families who support quality public TV and radio for South Dakota.
The sounds of the bandstand boogie.
Oh, I love it. Great.
We're just a few minutes away from break time here at the Ramcota Inn. The 147th National Army Guard Band is playing bandstand boogie. Coming up, military medley, one of Woody Herman's biggest hits, the Wood Chopper's Ball in the next set. Also,
Tequila.
Tequila. Big
Right.
rock and roll and some good stuff. This will come up in the next set.
Sounds like fun. You know what else is coming up in about an hour is the Toast to the Future. That's the theme of this Centennial Ball, a toast to the future. We're going to be entering our second century of statehood, so we hope you'll stay with us and join us in that toast. And then after the toast, we'll be with you for yet another hour after that with some great music and dancing as well. So stay tuned. Stay
I
with
had a
us.
chance in the evening to talk to a number of people who will try to do that too and get a little feel of how the future shapes up for them and their communities and such. We should mention some of the guests that are going to be here this evening. Terry Anderson, who's the director of the Legislative Center. The Research Center is here.
Terry, as a matter of fact, I worked very closely with when I was producing the Capital Rededication. Was very involved with that. Of course, most of these peer people are. We're very involved with Centennial.
Charlie Anderson, the Secretary of the Health Department. Jim Andall, the Commissioner of School and Public Lands. Jill Bartlett, who was co-chair of the Centennial Parade this morning. And also Floyd Matthews, the Secretary of Natural Resources. Nancy Abbott, who's assistant to First Lady Linda Mickelson. Tom and Pat Adam are here, of course, who visited with them a few minutes ago. Leonard Andre, State Senator, and the Honorable Sigurd Anderson. Some of the guests. There's going to be more than 1,000 people.
Oh, I would think so. And of course, there are a lot of people that have just arrived here from the Capitol Ball that you have been enjoying parts of this evening as well. And so the room is really filling up with a lot of people and a lot of familiar faces too. So, and a lot of spectacular costume here this evening. It's a sparkling evening in more ways than one.
Well, see, we've been saying thank you to the number of the committee members who put everything together today, and I know that Linda and Rich will be saying more, and thank you to everybody that's been here to make all this possible. As far as the people that are out there, the cameras, the folks that are here for the satellite trucks, for the live hookup, it's really been an amazing day. It's been a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
All the work that went into it makes it even more amazing.
Yeah, but it's all for you, and we hope you're enjoying it, because we're having a lot of fun putting it on for you, but if you're not enjoying it, that's not really worth the effort, but we hope you are.
Have you had a chance to dance yet?
No, I haven't, and you haven't either. No, and I know Rich Muller keeps wanting to know whether or not we're going to be dancing later on this evening, but I'm not entirely sure about that. We're supposed to be up here telling you about the people dancing. We'll see. There are 2 hours left. Anything can happen.
Todd F. is also with us here this evening. He's had a chance to talk to a few people in the crowd, and I think he's standing by now to tell us more about some of the special guests here at the Centennial Ball.
That's right, Larry. I'm with former Senator G. Homer Harding, who represented this district of Pierre for many, many years in the state legislature. Those of you who have followed state politics know about Homer's work, and one of the projects you have been deeply involved in when you were in the state senate and afterwards was the Cultural Heritage Center. Could you maybe talk about how that finally came to fruition and how we have that magnificent building now?
Well, it's fun to be back looking at those sort of things with you again. It's been a couple of years since you and I have had the opportunity, and it's fun to be together for such a great occasion as this 100th birthday. And certainly the Heritage Center plays a very great part in that, and I'm proud of our accomplishments in that. It's a great legacy to the state of South Dakota from the people of South Dakota, and we're all sure going to enjoy it for many, many generations to come.
And have you enjoyed yourself here this evening?
I certainly have. You know, there's people here from all over the state that you and I both recognize, I'm sure, and it's just a fun occasion. Everybody's having a good time, and we see friends from all corners of the state. The parade was a great affair. Public television is just doing a super job, I might add. And it's just been a great event for South Dakota.
Homer, when I was covering you during the State House, I'd always ask you about things that were going on in the here and now. Let me ask you a question. What do you think the future of South Dakota is? The various things that have been instituted in the last few years in economic development. Are you happy with the way the future is shaping up for us?
Well, I'm very upbeat about the future of South Dakota. You know, in spite of being called the Outback, I think that people around the entire United States might like to get to the Outback. And with the progress we've made under Governor Mickelson and the economic development programs we're going, the future for South Dakota and the young people of South Dakota, which we really are concerned about, I think is great. And I just wish I could be around for the next 100 years to see it happen.
Any future political plans?
Not the right time. I'm asked that question quite often, Todd, but not right now. I'm not. I'm just happy and enjoying my fishing and hunting right now.
That sounds like a pretty good deal to me, Homer. Sounds like a good place to be when we're not doing this.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Okay, well, thank you, Senator Harding. And back to Larry and Ginger.
And Todd will be checking in with us periodically throughout the evening. They're seeing some of the guests here at the Centennial Ball live from the RAMCOTA Inn in Pierre, South Dakota. And wonderful evening here. It is the last evening of the Centennial, so enjoy the last few hours of the first century of statehood in South Dakota.
Well, the band is on break. We still have more music. As a matter of fact, we're going to take you out of the show. So the special singer to the agricultural industry in South Dakota, nobody does it. Centennial Ball and the final official events of the Centennial. Also with us on hand this evening, roaming around the crowd is TODD.
That's right, Larry. We're with a couple of western South Dakota people, Mike Pangburn and Kay Jorgensen from Spearfish, and you've made the drive here to the Centennial State like I have from Brookings, and having a good time. Mike, let's talk a little bit about the arts. You're on the Arts Council. You've got to be happy with the attention the arts has gotten in South Dakota during the Centennial year.
Yeah, I've been very pleased, especially this weekend. I've always been a big believer in the fact that arts have played a great deal in our culture, and I think this is just a real testimonial to the fact that maybe all South Dakotans are starting to realize that.
Now, both of you have been involved in education. Kay, you were on the Board of Regents for a number of years. Education has also got some more attention. We're thinking about technology like satellites, like how we're delivering this program this evening. What are some of the things you'd like to see done in the future to further better our educational system in this state?
I really hope we can take a look at international education. I think that far too often we look backward, and that's an appropriate support system. But in a technological age, in a world that moves in seconds rather than in months and years, we simply must look at how this kind of medium allows us to interconnect with all the world. I think we need to look at classrooms that work with Europe and Asia, with languages, with all kinds of work on all levels, and how we can take higher education and make them work on a larger sphere with elementary and secondary education rather than the separation.
Now, Mike, you actually teach those kids in high school in Belle Fourche. What kinds of things are you seeing in our kids? Are they tied up with drugs and all the problems that we so often hear about? Are they thinking about the future too?
I think we're really beginning to see a shift in attitude. When I first started teaching 15 years ago, I think that by and large, kids were more tied up in the drug scene and some of those things. And I'm not saying that right now it doesn't exist, but in the last few years, I really am seeing an attitude change. And most of the kids that I deal with are really decent people and are able to set long-term goals and look toward the future.
Has the Centennial crept into your classwork? Have you made your kids think about the future a little more, maybe if this wasn't 1989?
Well, I hope that we have, and I have, as a theater director, I've also tried to do some things in my classes, like study some plays that are more localized, things written by the Dakota Theater Caravan, and make them more aware of their South Dakota heritage.
Okay, Mike Pangburn and Kay Jorgensen from Spearfish here enjoying themselves and thinking about the future too. Back to Larry and Ginger.
That theater discussion was quite appropriate because we are joined right now by Martha Bidwick, who's the legislative research council. But interesting, you're also in the theater, and you've been involved in tonight. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, tonight we were asked to host the Capitol Ball. So my wife and I, as part of the Peer Players, with about 48 other members of Peer Players, were hosting it. We were all having fun taking the story, people were talking around in their case, running around and laughing and wine, and that's enjoying a glorified way.
We have about an hour to go before the toast to the future begins. What is your feeling as make the toast to the next century?
I can figure a lot of the stories. It's got nothing like this. Still going for every day. I'd like to be around stuff again.
What is your involvement with the Centennial Center?
To the extent of being involved in the Centennial, not with this, I was in the parade today. Marching code was.
I saw you there. Very nice. Which code was that?
It was volume 9A.
Excellent. That was a wonderful parade. We hope you had a chance to watch the parade with us this morning on South Dakota Public Television. And we have been broadcasting all day live from here. And now we're in our final hours of this. And as I mentioned, we're going to have a toast to the future in a little bit. And we have more music coming up in a few minutes as well.
Let's go back out to the guest area. We're not understanding by once again.
We're in with Senator Scott Heideprin from Miller, one of the bright young legislators in the state legislature. Scott, Governor Mickelson just appointed you to the Senate from
your district, replacing Mary McClure, I believe. What are some of the things you'd like to do in the 90 session? Let's think 1 year ahead, then we'll go a little farther.
Well, I think the 90 session is going to be real important, Todd, because the 90 session will have to do something probably with what the tax commission will be recommending. We're all anxious to see that report and to try to make some sense of the situation and prepare South Dakota for the future.
One of the recommendations was, in kind of a roundabout way, an income tax. There has to be a number, or at least 2 votes by the public. Do you think the income tax is something that's going to be seriously considered in the 90 session?
I do. I think you're hearing people on both sides of the political aisle tell you that it's time that we equalize taxes somehow in South Dakota, and the income tax is one means of doing that. And so I think you'll see some progressive suggestions along that way.
So maybe some Republican legislators also, besides, as we've heard in the past, the Democrats.
Yeah. Well, and of course, Walt Bones, as chairman of the tax committee in the Senate, has been fairly outspoken about that, and I think he's not the only one who feels that way.
I asked Senator Harding, former Senator Harding, a little bit ago, his view of the future. Let's look beyond 1990 and some of the things that we have in place right now. Do you think they're going to work out to a brighter future for South Dakota?
I just think the future's unlimited. I'm so excited about it. I was watching some of your coverage earlier, and they were talking to people, I think it was on the wagon train, asking them what all this meant to them. And one guy said, the thing that this symbolizes to him is pride, and I would add to that pride and confidence about the future. People are achieving things in the way of the Centennial they never thought they could do before. And they're reaching down and finding really what they have inside themselves and their communities. And I think it spells only good things for our future. I think things look great.
Remember the Outback article in Newsweek. Do you think that's necessarily such a bad moniker that we are the Outback? One friend of mine says that this part of the country is the glue that keeps the rest of the country from flying apart at the seams. Maybe it's not so bad to live in places like Griffins and Miller.
That's my feeling exactly. Eric Johnson, who came back from Broadway, who's a Miller native and a friend of ours, was talking about that last night after his performance, talking about how really fortunate we are to have all of the qualities of life that we have here that he can never know if he remains on Broadway. That's just something to think about.
Senator, thank you very much. Now back to Larry and Ginger.
Thank you very much, Todd. We're visiting now with Bob Judson, who's a basketball coach for the Pierre High School in Pierre, South Dakota. Basketball season isn't far away. Couple of weeks.
We'll start on practice in 2 weeks.
So, how's the season going to go?
Well, it's all tough to tell. There are a lot of good basketball teams in the conference this year. So just be a matter of we're kind of waiting until everybody gets organized and see what happens.
This being the salute to the future of the Centennial Ball, in your position being in high school, you deal directly every school day with the future of South Dakota. Do you sense at all a mood from some of your students? They would like to stay, they plan to stay, they may not be able to?
Well, I think that a lot of times the kids that I'm dealing with, I teach sophomore biology. A lot of times I see kids trying to figure a way to actually move out, go on and get out of the state of South Dakota. I hate to say that, but I'm worried that we're losing a lot of our good kids from South Dakota on to other states.
Any ideas or things that might be able to extend some of their life from your perspective?
Well, I think one of the things is that our economy has to grow to such a point where kids can feel comfortable in staying economical.
How do you feel tonight about the end of the Centennial?
Oh, this is a fantastic night for me, just being able to get here and come to the balls, and I think it's a great thing for Pierre.
And a great thing for the state, and if you turn to 147 army and getting into the spirit of things.
This is like being in a basketball game.
So let's go back to the army band and to enjoy wonderful dancing live from the Ram Cody Centennial Ball.
Okay, we're going to slow things down a little bit with a Marcel Taylor arrangement of Bar That Dream.
Centennial Ball at the DAKOTA in Pierre, South Dakota. We're the Centennial, and I'm with Don Morse, who is chairperson of Rock Explosion 89 last night at Rig Sites. How did that go last night?
Fabulous. We had over 800 kids aging from junior high to high school to college. The kids interacted beautiful. We had not one incident. had over 54 chaperones. In fact, one of the police officers did come to make sure everything went okay, and they said, this is the first time we've seen that many parents turn out as chaperones and help out. We were really impressed.
And rocking the state into the next century.
They had a beautiful time. We had two bands, Rumor Has It and 2020. We had continuous music from 8 to 1, and they had a great time. They danced continuously up and down the bleachers and wore us all out.
Ron, thank you very much. Let's go back to music now.
Fire. Blues in the Night coming up in just a bit. Sam's Boogie, the Moonlight Serenade, also on the schedule this evening. Music from the Centennial Ball, live from DAKOTA and Pierre. The final official events, the final, I guess, Centennial celebration today. Ginger Thompson and Todd Ethel also on the stage this evening. Ginger is a special guest.
Certainly do. We are joined right at the moment by President One coordinator Fair for the governor. And President participated in the parade also this morning. First, can you tell us a little bit about your parade entry?
Well, I was concerned that at the end of the second century, that if the Native Americans at that point looked back and did not see any Native Americans, that we were not visible. And certainly we are part of the state. We were here before the state was formed. And I think that with the efforts of our ancestors, that I felt an obligation to be in the parade and be part of South Dakota, which we are, you know.
Now, South Dakota Public Television has been involved in a big project called Challenge of the Second Century, in which 4 of the most important issues making South Dakota today were identified. Among those core issues was race relations in South Dakota. Can you tell us what you see as the future of race relations in South Dakota?
Certainly, race relations, we can never give up on improving them. Anytime you have 2 diverse groups that come together, there are bound to be problems or adjustment periods, and I think that we need to keep going, and we need to work on them, and then we need to identify specific areas where we can put our efforts into and work towards certainly making our children a better second century. I think we need to look at history, but we do not need to dwell upon history. We need to recognize what has happened. We need to recognize what we have, and then improve upon that. And certainly that's my effort, you know, what I'm doing right now.
Now, in just a few minutes, we're going to be launching into the future, and the governor's going to make the official toast of the future. If you were the one who had the opportunity to make that toast, what would your toast be?
I think the toast would be that we need to recognize the similarities within all of us, and that we are all the same. We all recognize honesty and truthfulness and respect and honesty, and we need to recognize those values, and we need to build upon them. And I think that to strengthen those within each individual would be my toast.
Francis Weiser, coordinator of Indian Affairs for the governor. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
November 2nd, it was STATEHOOD Day, and you were there, and it was a really exciting day, too.
Yes, it was. We had many activities planned that day for the Centennial. We started out renaming several streets in Watertown for Governor Millett and his wife, a tea at the Millett House, and we finished off today with the Centennial Ball, the Governor's Ball, at night. Wonderful time.
And a little dusty in the snow that morning, though, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It was pretty cold that day, a lot of wind.
Dale, you're a state representative, a Democrat from Watertown. I was talking with Senator Heidemann, a Republican from Miller, and we're talking about the income tax, and looking like maybe there's more bipartisan support this year. How are you seeing the recommendations that are coming out of the Governor's Tax Commission?
I think the governor, they did a pretty good study in looking at inefficiencies, and maybe that's one item that we do have to look at. But just this past week, I addressed the Kiwanis Club in Watertown, and we said, well, whatever income tax proposal we put out there would be referred. And the gentleman came back and said, well, give us something to refer. Give us some leadership from the state legislature, and I think maybe that's something that we have to look at. Maybe we have to have those proposals out there and begin to debate it this year, in this session, the upcoming session.
Briefly, I know you have children. What would you like for them to get out of this Centennial celebration?
They're with us today, and I think it's just a good time to reflect on your heritage. South Dakota has a lot to offer. The quality of life. We choose to live here because it's a great place to live, and I'd like them to carry on with that spirit. Look to the future, a future that's bright. We're not the outback. We've got some things to offer children and just the quality of life that's here. I would hope that they would stay in South Dakota and choose, make that choice.
Okay, Dale and Sue Howard from Watertown enjoying us up fishing and having a good time, and waxing a little bit philosophical here too. Let's go back to Jay and Ginger.
Thank you very much, Todd. The music in the background is head of the 147th Army National Guard Band. We're not too far away from the coast, are we?
No, oh my goodness, we're only about 20 minutes away. So stay tuned. Whatever you do, don't go away. It's like New Year's Eve. You can watch it when they come and you get home and it's coming up. I'll stay with us.
We have another special guest, Melvin Wall. Describe yourself as a Pierre native because you've been here more than 10 years. Where? Now, you've been in Pierre the last 25 years. In other parts of South Dakota, your home as well?
I was born and raised in the Large County. Went to Robert Scott Institute for 30 years. Came out to here to work for a couple years and get back there. And I never got back there.
We're looking to the future tonight here at Centennial Mall. You've seen a lot of South Dakota's past. How about the future? Feel pretty optimistic with those carrying on?
I think the future of South Dakota is real good. And I think it'd be like getting better. We have several children, but there's not many of them in South Dakota. I wish they were a little closer to us.
I think that's very important, you know. I have friends whose wife were just a moment ago. And we're coming up to the television just a little bit. You know, just going to make that toast. But if they ask you to make a toast to the future, what would you toast to me?
Here's to the future. And the hopes are that it will keep improving forever. So, even though it is real good right now, we enjoy it. It's been a big day.
What are some of the bright points you think that will help improve South Dakota's future? Some of the things that you recognize as success as a businessman, as a resident.
Well, for one thing, you keep your nose on the grindstone. Apply yourself and make yourself useful no matter where you are. I've always enjoyed working, enjoyed people, enjoyed kids. I was talking to a group of children yesterday, and I was supposed to tell them about how things were in the olden days. So I did. I told them about a lot of things that we did, and, you know, like 40, 50, 60, 70 years ago. And one kid came by, and he says, thank you. He says, and I sure like what you said. And another kid came by, and he looked at me, and he said, how come you know so much about the olden days? I said, I was there.
Melvin Wall, a
You're watching the Centennial Ball, coming to you live from Pierre, South Dakota. We are at the Ramcoda Inn here, and the Centennial Ball is called A Toast to the Future, and the moment that many of us have been waiting for is beginning to come here in just a moment, and that is the official toast to the future that the governor is going to be making, and we're going to be joining that as that occurs in just a few moments. And we'll also be talking to our guests in a few moments as well. We're going to wait for talking to the governor first. TOMSON, and joined by ROHRER.
It's also with us tonight. I've had a chance to visit with a number of people. And as we're here with the future as our theme, and listen a little bit about the future endeavors and special areas that each one is in. The band has been marvelous tonight.
That's just incredible. I think everybody is having just a fabulous time here at the Ramcoda Inn here. We have, I wish I could estimate how many people are in this room. I'm not rated.
The crowd has tripled here in the last half hour, an hour since the Capitol Ball. There was a conclusion, many of the guests have been enjoying down here. The temperature in the room has gone up quite a bit with so many more people in the room as well.
It certainly has. The television lights probably don't help either. But everybody is having a wonderful time. Even though some of the table decorations are becoming part of people's outfits now. You know it's getting later in the evening. And as I said, we are going to be joining the governor in just a few minutes when he makes the official toast to the future of South Dakota. To bring us into the next century of statehood. So we hope that with the statehood, that's what happens. We're not going to be going away. We'll continue with the Centennial Ball, which is, I understand, going to last until about 1 o'clock in the morning, I think.
We should mention that Mrs. Wilkerson, Lloyd, and Dolly are with us. We're going to visit with them in just a little bit. We're kind of standing by right now because
why don't we go ahead and visit with them until the governor comes?
We have a couple of moments here.
I think so.
Dolly, you're a South Dakota native. And Lloyd, you come to South Dakota via Nebraska and taught school. Now, you live in the Ulrichs area. Yeah. And you've retired from teaching. What's occupied your time? When you've been 55 years of marriage, what are the Wilkerson's feast days?
That's kind of around. I came to South Dakota and I came to here. And I came to the insurance. So I worked for State Farm Insurance for about 20 years. I also put in 7 years in the state. Retired.
As a teacher, what were some of the areas that classes that you taught? In what grades?
Well, I was superintendent. I taught social studies, history, civics, a little bit of math.
You get a chance to deal directly with a lot of young people, and that's where, of course, the theme of the future, where we look, is to the young people in South Dakota to carry on with all that's been done over the past 100 years. Feel pretty optimistic about the youngsters coming through school now?
I see them progressing very rapidly from high school on into college and getting real good career nowadays. I have a lot of
salaries were very poor when we first started teaching. We started 7 lean years we spent teaching school. I think the salary picture was $90 a month, and when he was superintendent, it was like $150 for the whole year.
It's a pleasure to have you with us this evening.
Yes, thank you so much for being with us. And now the festivities are going to begin. A toast to the future.
Here because of you, and we thank you very much for that. You bet. Thank you. If you would allow us, I would like to take just a moment to introduce to you the people who have brought you the Centennial, at least from our side of the Centennial activities, and that's the staff here in Pierre. First, would you welcome, please, Jim Sawyer, the Centennial Assistant Director, and his wife, Lonnie. Then is the local community coordinator. She's helped set up the 308 communities around the state, Cindy Tryon. Our office administrative assistant, Roxy Denilko. A clerk in the office, Linda Graves. And a young man who worried today's parade for weeks, Greg Dean. You bet, he did a great job with the parade. And the Centennial Education Coordinator, and they don't come any better, Alice Kundry. The next young lady has put in a tremendous amount of time, not only working on this, but other activities as a special assistant to Governor Mickelson. Would you please welcome Shelley Stingley, Chairman of the Centennial Steering Committee, and her husband, Jim. As you well know, we're concluding the first century of statehood for South Dakota and entering our second century, today being the second day. And we would like to introduce to you the people who are leading us in our state government as we enter our second century. First, would you please welcome the Commissioner of School and Public Lands, the Honorable Tim Omdahl, and his wife, Marcia. The Honorable Dave Volk, State Treasurer, and Jocelyn Hansen. The Honorable Vern Larson, State Auditor, and his wife, Rhonda. The Attorney General for South Dakota, the Honorable Roger Tellinghusen, and his wife, Carol. The Secretary of State, the Honorable Joyce Hazeltine, and her husband, Dave. The Honorable Walter Dale Miller, Lieutenant Governor, and his granddaughter, Lisa Elbers. And finally, and I'll ask you people here in front if you'll make room so that the governor can come up here on stage, please. But please join in a great, rousing welcome for the Honorable George Mickelson, Governor of South Dakota, and Linda.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a great party we're having. Are you having fun? We've been to a lot of parties tonight, and everybody seems to have fun, and all of them are packed, and we're just delighted to be here. There's a certain amount of emotion mixed with the fact that we are drawing a close to our centennial celebration. A certain amount of emotion that is filled with perhaps a little relief because of all the work that goes into it. Some sadness because of the fact that we have had an awful lot of fun during this year and all of the other kinds of emotions. But as we begin to approach the last couple of hours of our centennial celebration in this great finale in our capital city of Pierre, South Dakota, I think that it is important that we remember that the one theme that has permeated all of the centennial celebrations throughout all of the communities and throughout all of the state during this year has been a sense of pride in our communities, in our state, as a people, where we have recognized the fact that over this year we have, during all of our 100 years, never lost our dedication to the very, very basic values that we enjoy as South Dakotans and on which we have built a state. And so with that, I would ask that you join Linda and I and all of us that are standing at the front here in a toast. If you would, please. Please stand and let's join in a toast. There you go. A toast to those who live beyond our borders. May they shed all of the false impressions of what makes this state great. To all of us who walk the streets and byways of our state and understand that we can make all of our dreams happen with good, hard work. And to all of the future generations that come after us, may they continue the vision and the dream that we hope that we have envisioned in this, our centennial year. Happy birthday, South Dakota.
Back again. Make our pen would say our praise. Freedom's like breaking walls. Freedom's like breaking walls. Everywhere around the world, come to America. Every time that flag's unfurled, they come into America. Got a dream, take them back. Come into America. Got a dream they've come to share. They come into America. They come into America. They come into America.
For the video, we want to especially thank Grant Welker and the Department of Tourism for local generous with the help a little bit earlier, the one on agriculture and coming to Ohio.
All right. And we've been having a wonderful time tonight at the Centennial Ball, a toast to the future, which we did see just a few minutes ago. And we still have about another hour left at the Centennial Ball, so please do stay with us. But for now, we're going to go back to the Capitol and talk with Rich Muller, and he's going to wrap up today's event for us. Stay tuned, though, because we will be back.
Thank you, Ginger. Larry, we've been enjoying the festivities. That was a stirring tribute from the tourism department. Thanks very much for that. Linda and I have had a chance to watch the dancing, as obviously things have wound down over here at the Capitol building. And we started to remember just exactly what this whole weekend started to shape up like. And just quickly to give you a rundown, to remind you all of what we've seen happen this weekend as we celebrated the Centennial finale. We had the Governor's Awards in the Arts yesterday. We unveiled the final of 4 pieces of sculpture by Dale Lamphere. Courage, the name of that one. We dedicated a new Cultural Heritage Center here in Pierre. We had balloons launched from 3 to 5 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday. The Black Hills Chamber Society and Chorus performed the Dakota Suite. The Riggs High School folks put on the Rock Explosion last night for the young people. Command Performance Showcase of South Dakota musicians of international and national renown. The Western Music Show, the Great Plains Art Show and Sale, the Rosebud Quilt Exhibit, the unveiling of other numerous projects and developments, too numerous to mention all at once here. But that's just Friday. Linda's got Saturday.
Oh, Saturday. Well, Saturday started this morning. We've been asked this a long time. Of course, all those art shows continued. And we had the Centennial hot air balloons, the parade of the century, about 3 hours worth with so many entries from all across the state, the restored Capitol rededication, the Centennial birthday cake. There was a tip of the hat reception for the Centennial chairs from all around the state of South Dakota. The glorious Capitol Ball featuring the University of South Dakota Centennial Dance Orchestra, and the Centennial Ball that we are in right now with the 147th Army Band. Also going on in town, if those didn't suit you, was the Centennial Half-Century 50s Dance And of course, Rich and I know very well that our Centennial focus we had in 3 very large segments through the afternoon and the evening with more than 40 live interviews here with South Dakota Centennial Committee chairpeople and more than 40 taped segments of things that have happened through this year to showcase some of the Centennial events.
And we did that here today in 16 hours. And in fact, should you need it for any reason, there will be a videotape of this entire anthology put together. You can give us a call at public television, probably call Monday morning if you want, or anytime during the week. We'll have details for you. Video cassette copies of the entire day's events here at the Centennial Finale will be available to you. Give us a call when you're ready for it. We'll be back after the end of the last hour of the events over at the RAMCOTA with a few final comments and a reminder here of who we are and who helped make this possible. We'll see you in just a little bit.
America shows its colors on PBS. It's a sparkle and a shimmer, a quality that shines. We'll make you laugh, we'll make you smile. We'll touch your heart, make each moment worthwhile. Because of you, we're who we are. So keep your eyes on us. We're worth watching. South Dakota Public TV. Tiptoe to soft shoe, red hot together, intrigue, adventure, and surprise, where all the stars come out for you. We're TV with a different point of view. Because of you, we're who we are. America at its best. We're watching South Dakota Public TV. Yes.
Celebrate the century. You are watching one of the 8 stations of the South Dakota Public Television Network.
Broadcast of the Centennial Finale is made possible in part with major support from Citibank, South Dakota. Citibank is proud to share in South Dakota history and looks forward to another 100 years of people, pride, and service in South Dakota. Thank you, South Dakota, for contributing to our success. Additional support is provided by Zylstra Communications Corporation, providing cable TV service to Yankton, Vermilion, and Canton, South Dakota, Laverne and Worthington, Minnesota, and Orange City, Iowa. By South Dakota Cement, a proud sponsor of the Centennial, representing the people and the spirit of South Dakota throughout the Midwest. And by the Friends of South Dakota Public Broadcasting, on behalf of over 17,000 families who support quality public TV and radio for South Dakota.
And we have a special guest with us right now. We have Pat Adams' brother, as a matter of fact. I suppose you don't often get introduced like that.
Or Amy's dad.
Or Amy's dad, yes. Or Midge's son. Or, yes.
George's son.
Yeah, George's son. I understand your mother is watching. You think she was tuning in tonight to see you here tonight.
Right.
So anyway, how do you feel now after a full day of events?
Well, I feel a little relief, and I feel a little sadness because it's been a great celebration, and we're winding it down. A whole lot of gratification and pride in our state. There's been one central theme that's come through in all of the year that we've celebrated the Centennial. It is a sense of pride in our communities and in our state.
Tonight's theme for the Centennial Ball was a toast to the future. And you gave a wonderful toast, and it certainly got a great round of applause. Tell us about what you see of the future of South Dakota.
Well, I toasted, the toast was to those that live beyond our borders and hoping that they change their perception of us, because if they could be here tonight, they could have been here this year and seen the pride that we have in our state. I think their perception would change. For those of us that are just common, ordinary people that every day go about our work and understand that with good hard work we can make our dreams come true if we work hard enough. And to my children and all of the children of this state, hopefully they will see an opportunity in South Dakota, and I think it's our responsibility to see that. So those are kind of the things that we posted to the future.
Governor, it isn't too long once again that you'll be addressing all of South Dakota once again with your annual budget message, which is just a few weeks away. Economically, with the startup of the Deadwood, the video lottery, and the work that some of the monies have gone to, you've got to be looking for a pretty good economic feeling and optimistic for South Dakota.
We're not depending on the video lottery and Dead Would You Bet to fund the ongoing programs in state government. But I can tell you that I'm going to present a budget to this state that is going to fund the priorities that are important. I'm talking education, social programs to take care of those who can't take care of themselves. We're going to address the prison issue, which is something I don't like to spend money on. Those are the failures in our society, but nonetheless, we're going to address them. We're going to do it without a tax increase. We've got an exciting budget, and we've got a good economy in this state, and it is because we've emphasized development. And I'm anxious to give the budget message and go on into the legislative session.
How about the perception outside South Dakota? You addressed that immediately in your toast. Any backlash when some national publications called us the Outback, and there was quite a reaction? Has it maybe come back on them a bit?
I'll tell you what, when they wrote that article, they wrote it about 6 states, including the state of Washington. All of the states that were celebrating the Centennial, saying that there was very little to celebrate. And I think they were astounded by the backlash they got from South Dakota in particular. And we may see some other articles. We may see some, we've invited them into the state. We invited them here today. We invited them to the EC92 conference that I hosted last Friday. We invited them to the pheasant hunt so that they could see the things that we are promoting, the companies that we are hosting in our state. They came to some and they didn't come to some others because of the short time frames. But nonetheless, I think there is already a change in perception of South Dakota with the News Bureau of Newsweek magazine.
About the future relationship with some of our neighbors, we're celebrating the Centennial Day, of course, with North Dakota and other states in the region. The cooperation among the states, and with maybe some of this publicity, is bringing everyone to work closer together.
Cooperation among states in this region is a sign of the future, and we cooperate very well. I have an excellent relationship. Doesn't make any difference what political party they are. We work together on a lot of issues, and I could give you several examples of Siouxland development with Iowa, Nebraska, the Old West Trail tourism promotion with the 5 Old West Trail states. We're working with Minnesota and North Dakota on agricultural research to research alternatives for crops. All of those are commodities, agricultural commodities that they produce in the state. And there are probably 10 or 12 others. But at any rate, higher education programs, I'm working with Governor Sinner on higher education programs, those kinds of things. So there's regionalism and regional cooperation is a sign of the
There's some sort of public television just finished a program called Challenges of the Second Century. Why can say finished? Because it is an ongoing process. Is there something like that that the state is doing? Is there an organization that is forming that is going to continue looking into the future?
Ginger, I'm aware of what public television has done, and I really applaud you. And I just can't give up this time on television to tell following public television how much we appreciate what you've done today. I mean, the coverage has been great. It's been very professional. There are lots of people watching because I talk to them all the time, and this has really been great. But to answer your question, there's been a lot of background work on a future program for South Dakota, planning what we should be doing in the next decade, in the next 20 years. I have hesitated to head that up because I have not wanted it to become political. I have a fear that any future program that we might begin, if it is led by state government, that it might be deemed as being political, And so I'm hoping, and I've met with some business people, some newspaper people, maybe we ought to be talking to some public television people about participating in that kind of a program. And I have some definite ideas about things that we ought to be looking at and studying. But that's a very good question, and it's a very important issue that we look at in the future.
We can keep in touch with you on that, certainly.
We'll keep in touch.
Okay, good. Where for our viewers out there?
I wish you the best in the second century, and this has been a great celebration and an awful lot of pride. The thing made it so great is it wasn't any state government or any governmental agency that was telling people what to do, but it was an uprising from the grassroots level of a sense of pride in the state, and that's what really makes us great.
Thank you so much for joining us. And now I believe we're going to go to Todd F. who's standing by with the gang.
Thank you, Ginger. I've got someone on the other side of the political fence from Governor Mickelson, Representative Linda Lee Viken, Democrat from Rapid City, one of the bright legislators over in the House. And rather interesting, you served in the 50th legislature when they, under Governor Knipe, when a lot of the legislation was involved for assisting with the, what's the word I want to say here? Fixing up the Capitol and getting ready for what we're doing now, and it was a bicentennial year, and now it's the centennial of our state. You have a kind of unique perspective. What are some of your thoughts?
Well, it was really interesting, and I guess it felt good today to be there when the things that we put forth in 75 and 76 for the commission to restore the Capitol really came into fruition. I mean, today the things that we had worked hard for came to be, and it was really fun, and it was a special privilege too.
And Republicans and Democrats.
Absolutely. Working together.
Started under a Democrat, completed under a Republican. I guess you couldn't ask for anything better than that, at least more bipartisan than that. You've been a very busy legislator. You've served on the Tax Commission, and you've been involved in charges and corrections issues. What stands out in your interim legislative activity?
Well, I guess one of my only frustrations is serving on the Tax Commission, that we had some proposals, some figures in front of us that I would like to have seen us put a tax reform measure on the ballot this time. You know, I think it's unfair to the people to say that we want to ask them to consider whether they should have an income tax for certain purposes, which I support, but not tell them the specifics of it. And I think we have the ability to do that this time, and I wish we would have done that. I thought that's what the Tax Commission was all about, that we have the facts, the figures. I think people are tired of seeing us spend the time and the money, and I would like to have seen us make a specific proposal. If people reject it, then that's fine. That's their choice. That's what it's all about.
And what about in some of the charities and correctional issues? You know, both the state hospital and the prison have been very much in the news after the passage of Amendment D, which no one seemed to care about at the time. What changes do you think we might be seeing in that area?
Well, I think that the Division of Charities and Corrections is a good one. I think that the people that they have running those divisions are really doing a good job and working hard at it. I think as a legislature we have to really monitor that, things we have to do yet, and that we have to make some hard decisions, particularly in the area of corrections, because of the cost that that's going to involve. But I think that we're going to make some good progress in these upcoming years.
Well, let's think about the future for just a minute. I know as a legislator you have to deal with those day-to-day problems and constituents calling about why the road isn't fixed and what have you. Looking into maybe your children's or grandchildren's future, what kind of South Dakota would you like to see for them?
Well, I guess I'd like to see a South Dakota that cares about those particular people you just mentioned, the children and the grandchildren. You know, I think that we have to be concerned when we pass legislation not only on the financial impact of it, but on the people that it impacts. And I think that that's what I hope I bring to the legislature, and I hope that that's the balance that we seek as a legislature, not only looking at, you know, what does this do in the scheme of financial costs, but what does it do for the future of the state of South Dakota.
Representative Linda Lee Viken from Rapid City, and you can hear more about it on State House in January, but there won't be the dancing in the background. Back to Larry and Ginger.
I was going to say, Todd, politics and entertainment all rolled into one package for you. Where else but on public television, I guess people find that?
We're in the town for it.
Yes, this is the Centennial Ball. We are coming to you live from the Ramkota Inn in Pierre, South Dakota. It is the final night of the year-long celebration of the century. So indeed, the people tonight are celebrating the past century and looking forward to the next as well.
Let's go back and once again enjoy the music of the 147th Army Guard Band. And here's to that old rainy day.
64. Here's one to get you moving out there. Going out of my head. We haven't played a waltz tonight, so we're going to give all you waltzers a chance with another lovely Henry Mancini tune. This is from a movie entitled Breakfast at Tiffany's, and it's called Moon River. I'm with U.S. Senator James Abner, and he's moved back to South Dakota, living in Kennebec and Rapid City, and we're awfully glad you're here, Senator.
Well, it's great to be back, I can tell you that. I guess the biggest surprise I have is when people come up to me and seem so shocked and surprised that I'm back in South Dakota. I said, well, where else would you go? Where could you find a better place?
Well, not everyone comes back, as you well know.
Well, they're crazy if they don't, if they haven't got anything a lot better to do.
Senator, one of the things I wanted to ask you about your family coming from Lebanon is quite a number of Lebanese Americans and Arab Americans in South Dakota have made major contributions. Yourself, Senator James Avera, Gene Abdullah, Najla Ghazi in this South Dakota. Why do you think it is that these people have been able to succeed? People like yourself from the Middle East.
Well, I don't know if there's any one reason any more than, well, I think they like the opportunity to make a contribution to the state and this country. I guess I could best tell you in my own case. You know, my mother and father both come to this country from Lebanon at a little different times, but within a few years of each other, in the same general area over there. Much the same lives. Neither one ever had an opportunity to have a day of formal education in their life. They arrived here with little or no money, particularly my father. He started off by peddling and doing things the hard way. Took a little bit of a ribbing and mocking on him. People, you know, gave him a bit of a bad time. But he stayed with it. He carried his suitcases in the beginning. Later he could afford a horse and a team or a wagon. And he ended up by starting a little store, and my mother did much the same. And all the while, I don't think my dad ever quit telling me about what a great country America is, and as did my mother. First thing they ever did was save money to make sure their kids were going to go to college and have the things in this country that they never had. And we did that. But my dad never ceased telling me what a great country America was, because here you can do what you want and be what you want. And that's true. And you know, that's so big to somebody that never had that opportunity before. But to a lot of people who were born and raised here, and whose parents were born and raised here, it's just something you take for granted. You look at what's going on in Germany today. Now, East Germany finally realized what it is to have a little bit of liberty. And now they're speaking out and making demands. Russia, I think that had a lot to do with what's going on there. Those people appreciate it when they don't have it. And I hope to God that America will wake up to the fact that we have something pretty special in America here that we take for granted. And we're quick to ridicule what we do in our country. And what a mistake, because it's a great country that almost everybody else in the world would like to have the opportunity to live in.
Senator James Abner, having a fine time here at the Centennial, and again, we're glad to see you back, and best of luck to you, Senator.
Well, thank you. It's just a great place. I'm looking forward. I'm getting involved in public activities, and for a guy who isn't doing anything, somehow at the end of the day, I feel like I've been busy, although I don't know what I accomplished.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Now back to Larry and Ginger.
True South Dakota spirit that he has, don't you think? And that's the spirit that everyone in this room tonight has. Everyone here at the Centennial Ball and Pierre has that spirit inside them that makes them feel so proud of being a South Dakotan. They're here to usher out the last century and usher in the next century. And 147th Army Band is providing music for the ball tonight. I noticed one of the numbers coming up is Sentimental Journey. And what a more appropriate song after reflecting the last 100 years.
I've got to get a little plug in for some music next week. Next week, starting Monday, November 6th, is American Music Week. And what a coincidence. All next week on South Dakota Public Radio, we're going to have specials on American composers, and we're going to run a special on Cole Porter, and jazz specials, and all sorts of things.
Wow, that is a
next week.
I know, that's okay. You must have had something to do with that, I would just bet. Larry Moore, of course, works in South Dakota Public Radio. I was in television, but we all work together as a team, and this whole project has been a lot of fun. However, I'm speaking like it's over. In addition to over, yes, we still have another half hour to go before the Centennial Ball ends. So we're going to continue enjoying some of the great music of the 147th Army Band, watching some of the people grace the dance floor with their beautiful gowns and their flowing dresses.
So back to the rest of the scenario.
first-round favorites from the 1940s going on a sentimental journey. continue on right now. Speed things up just a little bit. Ain't misbehaving.
sound of the 147th Army National Guard Band here. Nearing the conclusion, we're probably within 20 minutes or so.
We probably are, yeah.
Of the finale to the celebration of our century.
Oh, it's really been quite a day. Of course, we started out with the parade, and then we went on to rededication of the state capitol, as well as birthday cake cutting, and then the Capitol Ball, of course, and then the Centennial Ball, which you're joining us for tonight. It has been a long day for everyone involved in the Centennial, but it's been well worth it. It's been we're putting a cap on the entire year of Centennial celebration, and we hope that you are getting in the true spirit of the Centennial celebration as well and celebrating our past centuries by having a good time with us tonight.
You know, actually it's been much more than a long day because in between the official celebrations today, a number of pieces of Centennial focus and a number of guests talking about the celebrations over in the state. And actually South Dakota Public Television has been out for the past 12 months preparing and gathering and hoping to tell part of the story. That's what the celebration for finale tonight is all about.
Well, now, we've all been involved in the Centennial in the past year in one way or the other. What was your favorite part?
I'll go with that with wagon train. It's so visual.
It was great. And what a wonderful way to make the state, all the communities a little more cohesive within the state. We're trying everything together to wagon train.
Let's go back once again and enjoy the sounds of the 147th Army National Guard Band yesterday. And all enjoy those. Tune in here at the DAKOTA in Pierre at the Centennial Ball.
Stay with us.
foolish things. Continuing on now with another one from the Glenn Miller era. One that Glenn didn't like too much, but he played because it was his wife's favorite tune, Little Brown Jug.
Watching the Centennial Ball coming to you live from the ROHRER Inn here in South Dakota. I'm Ginger Thompson along with Larry Rohrer and Todd F. And we are having a few quite good time tonight. I maybe I shouldn't speak for all of us, but I think I can.
Well, I think you all are speaking for Ginger. Go ahead. It seems like the parade was about 5 days ago.
I can't believe it. And here we are in our last, probably 15 minutes of the whole event, and it just has been incredible, and we hope you've enjoyed it as well. The band has a few more songs to go before we're going to call it a night. What do you thought of the whole day, evening?
Well, just to sum it up in a few words, I'm real happy to be a South Dakotan, and I mean that sincerely. It's been a wonderful celebration, and I'm glad you've been able to bring it to the folks across South Dakota. It's just one of those days that makes me so proud, and I wanted to say something to you about our crew. We've got almost 50 people here who have worked extremely hard to make all this event celebration, and we've got the best folks who work for us. A lot of them are South Dakotans, and we have that work ethic, and so it pays off. My hands off to folks my colleagues.
My sentiments exactly.
Hey, I want to know, what's your South Dakota Journal going to be when they walk?
The future.
You've already done it? Is it already done?
Okay. My body thing.
Pretty original. The future, that's good.
I think it's like the third or fourth one I've done so far this year.
Well, this Centennial Ball is called the Toast to the Future, and the toast was officially given by the governor about an hour ago. It was around midnight that he gave that official toast. And he toasted for those who live beyond the borders of South Dakota to see us for what we are, and that makes us
I don't actually mind that. If people don't want to know about it, the more we do like it, the less for us. I know. But people won't want to hear that. I think we do a great role in life with our long tradition. It's something precious here. It became my own celebration. And I think it's a great day.
Probably We're all getting a little silly this time of night.
To Roger Hallenbeck, too, who's in charge of the band, and this is, Logan said he was the last outside performance, as a member of the 147th was today, and this most certainly will be the conclusion to his long career with the band. One of the biggest things, as I say, in the next few years before he's gone. I want to thank Roger, of course, 147th time in the Guard for just a great variety of music, good sound.
Incredible variety of music, and I think everybody certainly is enjoying it. The crowd is starting to thin out a little bit here at the Ramkota. It has
relative term,
yeah, because it was so crowded here probably about an hour and a half ago after the Castle Ball, of course, let out.
They're all next door having the desserts, and we've been watching go by.
I had the black forest cake, and it was marvelous.
Todd, I told you to bring me back a piece of pie. Well, you can tell that people have had plenty to eat, they've had plenty to drink, and they've been dancing a lot and enjoying the music. It has been a wonderfully festive evening here.
Yeah, they're even wearing the table decorations.
And
they don't eat the table decorations.
Right. I don't think there's anything wrong with wearing them. And of course, we should commend one more time, too, all of the people who worked on this final day of the Centennial. I shouldn't even say just the final day of the Centennial. It's been almost 2 years. Yeah, who worked on the Centennial period. And, there were so many people that were involved. And of course, there wouldn't be any place to start.
We'll see the names in the credits here at the end of the day.
Yeah, but I mean for everybody, everywhere, throughout the state. And congratulations to all of you who have worked so hard to put this together. A number of people have worked very hard to put the Centennial Ball together as well. They've done a fabulous job with all this. We were mentioning table decorations, and that's what got me thinking about it, because we were here yesterday setting up when they were putting all the decorations on the table, and it really has come together so beautifully.
The nicest thing about the whole package, I think, is it's going to force everybody to take a little harder look at the future. Maybe not in the same way that would have been accomplished if they wouldn't include it like the Alaska Legacy program.
The cultural heritage center, which is part of that, is a marvelous building. One of the guilds here in Pierre, and they've got all sorts of exhibit space, and they've got working rooms and scholars and displays, and it's a wonderful addition to this state and to the cultural resources that we have. I'm looking forward to doing research for public television in their new art.
Centennial certainly has had a way of providing that opportunity for so many communities to bring things such as the Cultural Heritage Center to it, citizens and people beyond. And I just feel so fortunate that we're able to live during a time when we can celebrate this century and the next one. Maybe do you think we'll be here for the Centennial, the 50th Centennial, it's the 150th Centennial. Do you think in 50 years?
I've got that weekend off. I'm sorry.
I'll maybe 80, Ginger. Well, I'll tell you what. Maybe we'll go around, let's do a dance.
Okay, all right, sounds good. So maybe we'll be
here. Maybe 70.
Yeah, thank you, Todd. I like this time. He knows what to say. And I'm not sure if the band is going to resume yet this evening or not. Are they?
The dance is concluded.
Oh, it's all over. We hope that you have enjoyed this wonderful finale to the Centennial year, the Centennial Ball, that has come to you from the River Center, or the Ramkota Inn here, I should say. And thanks so much for joining us this evening. And again, thanks to all the people who helped put this together. Thank you for watching it and enjoying it. Good night.
Happy birthday, Thompson.
Happy birthday.
Well, it's November 5th, and there's a gentle rain falling in Pierre, and that might be one of the nicest Centennial presents we've had yet. The eternal flame flickers nearby here, and this is a night that will not soon be forgotten. To all the talented people who contributed so much to make this production possible, thank you.
If I had the opportunity to make one of those toasts tonight, I think I would wish for South Dakotans in our second century courage, wisdom, vision, and integrity. Those are the titles of the 4 rotunda sculptures by Dale Lamphere. So when you travel to Pierre and you see those sculptures there, I hope that you'll keep those in mind for the future. Thanks so much for letting me be a part of your celebration. It's certainly been great to share it with you, Rich, and to share it with everybody out there. It's meant a lot to all of us, and it's a wonderful culmination of a lot of work, and we've seen so much today that so many people have contributed.
The story has been told 100 times today by 100 different people. We've heard it live, we've heard it on tape, We've heard it from the governor. We've heard it from South Dakota's farmers and ranchers. We've heard it from the Native Americans. And the message is simple. South Dakota is a can-do state. Our second 100 years will be punctuated by that spirit and the knowledge that we made the first 100 years a century of pride. The fact is, we're only getting started. So on behalf of the entire production staff, the engineers, the managers, the administrators, the ETV board, all the friends of South Dakota Public Broadcasting, I'm Richard Muller, wishing you only the best in the second century. And for now, thanks for joining us, and good night, South Dakota.
Broadcast of the Centennial finale has been made possible in part with major support from Citibank, South Dakota. Citibank is proud to share in South Dakota history and looks forward to another 100 years of people, pride, and service in South Dakota. Thank you, South Dakota, for contributing to our success. Additional support is provided by South Dakota Cement, producers of Dakota Portland Cement, serving South Dakota and the surrounding states. Owned by the people of the state of South Dakota since 1925. By Zylstra Communications Corporation, providing cable TV service to Yankton, Vermilion, and Canton, South Dakota, Laverne and Worthington, Minnesota, and Orange City, Iowa. By Gorley's Pro Audio, for quality audio and video equipment for home and professional use, in Sioux Falls, downtown 6th and Main, and on 41st Street. By Media One Advertising Marketing in Sioux Falls, a full-service advertising and production services agency. Media One, ideas that work. And by the Friends of South Dakota Public Broadcasting, on behalf of over 17,000 families who support quality public TV and radio for South Dakota. Broadcast of the following program is made possible in part by your membership contributions to the Friends of South Dakota Public Broadcasting.
Stations of the South Dakota Public Television Network now conclude this broadcast day. The stations are licensed to the South Dakota Educational Television Board, 414 East Clark Street, Vermilion. KUSD-TV Channel 2, Vermilion. KESD-TV Channel 8, Brookings. KZSD-TV Channel 8, Martin. KBHE-TV Channel 9, Rapid City. KTSD-TV Channel 10, Pierre. KQSD-TV Channel 11, Lowry. KPSD-TV Channel 13, Faith, Eagle Butte. KDSD-TV Channel 16, Aberdeen. We invite you to join us tomorrow morning as we begin another broadcast day. Until tomorrow, good evening.